modern art history narrative always goes through Paris after World War I, especially the Dada and Surrealist movements. Today on Radio Free History, our How Art Got Ugly series continues, as we take a deep dive, look at the official art history narrative, and try to separate fact from myth. I hope you enjoy it. I don't know if you've seen what's happened to Canterbury Cathedral in England.
This is a travesty.
It is absolutely a travesty.
In a sensible society, people would go to jail for allowing this.
Yeah. Even if you're not religious, you should think people should be hung for blasphemy for this. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, look at that.
Oh, Jesus.
For the aesthetic of the piss-filled parking lot.
This would be a great set for a post-apocalyptic movie like Idiocracy or something. This is more or less what I would... will be a good backdrop for that.
I see this, I can just smell the piss.
Yep. I see entitled upper middle class kids who've had lessons on how to do this graffiti nonsense. But then they go and somehow get permission to desecrate this frickin' ancient cathedral with their nonsense. This is what happens. Like, this isn't like, there's nothing artistic here. This is just tagging.
No, it's like a question mark and a hashtag.
Pound symbol.
There's
no meaning here. There's nothing deeper. This is just...
No, it's all words. It's not even pictures or anything. It's not even some thug who thinks, yo man, I call myself smooth.
It's desecration. It's the only word that I can use to describe desecration of our heritage.
And I'm sure that the person who did this thinks he or she is just really original, right?
Yep.
Just take a guess at what this person looks like, the artist who gave us this wonderful graffiti.
Okay, it's 2008, and I'm dealing with the Billy Pilgrim versus the World. Scott Pilgrim versus the World crowd of hipsters in the annex. Mm-hmm. I'm seeing a very androgynous, weird haircut, glasses, and pale skin.
Okay, I did not show you this for everybody in the who's listening. For everybody who's listening, I did not show Jay this beforehand.
Hey, I know you.
A dude in a dress who goes by they, them pronouns.
Good for you, buddy. Whatever you want, sir.
I'm just offended by the fact that there's nothing original about this. This is every British upper middle class kid in a private school.
This is the kind of thing that in the old punk scene, like Fat Mike would wear a dress on stage to be like, haha. Like, this is like British farce.
Yeah.
Something like that. That's more this vibe than like respect me and my identity. That's more what I get. I get like I'm doing this for a joke.
It's just passé though. I mean, cross-dressing has been on an auto loop for 30 years.
Like Rocky Horror Picture Show.
Yes.
When was that made?
70s.
70s?
Yeah, so one of the things we're going to talk about today is just how truly not original this guy is.
Even in my life, this is cliche.
Yeah.
Like this is... cliche of well before my time.
I'm just saying, like, let's forget RuPaul in the 90s. Let's forget David Bowie and Rocky Horror in the 70s. This is our fifth episode about the 1920s. And you know me, I'm long-winded. It's going to take me a couple hours to get there, but I'm going to come all the way full circle to this guy and his graffiti stunt. And that's what this episode's going to be about. That's what the story arc is going to be.
I have been consistently impressed with your depth of research, and I've learned so much doing this incredible podcast journey with you.
Well, we released the first episode of this series 11 months ago, which means that it was about a year ago that we decided to do this deep dive and call it How Art Got Ugly. Now, when I started this, I did not know jack shit about modernist art or modernist literature, music, poetry, ballet, opera, architecture, anything like that. I could maybe enjoy a production of Shakespeare or a Mozart symphony, but A, it always felt like something I had to do for credit at school, and B, it always felt like my knowledge of the arts was just the Greatest Hits album. And there's nothing wrong with the Greatest Hits album. It's just the entry point. But if you've been following along for the last year, which is now almost 30 hours of content, you've basically seen me teach myself this stuff in real time. I didn't know how to judge the quality of a work of art or of a production of the opera or the ballet or anything like that, but something seemed amiss because everybody seems to agree that modern art is just ugly, and not just ugly, uninspired. The desecration of Canterbury Cathedral, it was uninspired, to say the least. I think that's what offends me most about it.
I see that no different than IS going through and smashing the Babylonian
Yep.
statues. It's the same level of freaking, disrespect and destruction of ancient culture that, if anything is sacred, ancient art is sacred.
Yep. We have eyes. We can see this stuff as garbage. And I also have reading comprehension skills, so I can read the books and I can do whatever it takes to learn and tell this story. Because somebody needs to call bullshit on the whole endeavor. Something is wrong here. I just wanted to get to the bottom of the story. I didn't expect it to take a year, but it's taken a year, and we're finally starting to make some headway. I had envisioned doing this like the movie Boogie Nights, which was about the porn industry in the 70s and the 80s. And to give minor spoilers, the first half of that movie is set in the 70s. It has a cheerful mood with partying, disco music, bright colors, and an upbeat atmosphere. And then the mood abruptly shifts when one character commits suicide at the New Year's Eve party at the end of 1979. Title card flashes up the 80s. Then the film turns dark, and the characters' habits and excesses start catching up to them, to say the least.
Yep.
Yeah, the soundtrack shifts to like 80s synth music, and everything is shot through a cold blue filter. So I plan to do one episode on the 20s about all the weird avant-garde stuff, and then abruptly end it with Mayakovsky killing himself in 1930, and then put up a title card that says the 30s. And then talk about American Gothic, Hitler, the Federal Art Program, the Pink Decade, and Stalin's abrupt shift in his propaganda, where he said that in the experimental art will land you in Gulag. To be fair, lots of things will land you in Gulag.
I like how he killed 20 million people, but still found this unacceptable.
Yep. The problem with doing that was that there's just a lot to write about the 20s, and it's all relevant. So much so that when you add up the last 4 episodes, which have all been about the 20s, they're collectively about 14 hours, and we're not finished yet. So instead of Boogie Nights, we've been doing this like Rashomon, the Japanese movie about an incident in the woods, which 4 characters remember differently. Some characters have bad memories, and some characters are more honest than others. So the viewer ends up getting the story from 4 different points of view, and the details don't always line up consistently. Every TV show from like King of the Hill to Arrested Development had a Rashomon episode in the 90s. So we decided to do the same and have 4 episodes about 20s art in 4 different cities. We've already done episodes about Rome, Moscow, and Germany, and today we're going to finish that off by looking at our 4th and final Rashomon storyline about Paris. Well, we're not actually quite going to finish it off. We're going to do a victory lap because the Paris storyline is the longest one, so this one's going to be split in half.
For your absinthe, folks.
Yeah, Italy, Russia, and Germany, they all had dictators between the wars, so avant-garde art tended to be intertwined with their propaganda and the political situation.
Like when a religion kind of gets the backing of a state.
Yep.
Same kind of thing with art.
Well, in the case of Italy and Russia, those dictatorships were already in place in the 20s. In Germany, the dictator didn't arrive on the scene until 1933, but he was a man with a chip on his shoulders about 1920s art.
And a flair for all things cultural and artistic.
He wrote about his opinions on the aesthetics of Weimar Germany extensively, shall we say.
He was not a fan.
Our last few episodes, as I said, they went a little long. In fact, the Germany episode, it ran almost 5 hours. But these are all atomic stories. You can't really break apart the art and the politicians who are using the art as propaganda, so we had to tell the whole story. That would be like talking about the history of video games in the late 2010s without talking about Gamergate, or describing the horrible writing of video games without mentioning the ideological commissars like Anita Sarkeesian and Zoe Quinn.
What a nightmare. She had a wedding-themed party for her 40th birthday.
Yes, she did.
I feel bad about Anita Sarkeesian because, I feel like it's my fault because she's from Toronto.
Yeah.
I remember.
That's what she wants you to feel.
There was this awful feminist subculture in Toronto, and then it went global.
Mhm.
And I feel like, it's like, I guess, like, the big cough, somebody could have stopped it at some point. Nobody did. That's how I feel. I feel like, I could have done more. That's my regret. I didn't do more to oppose and mock and try and stop it. I did a lot. I lost a lot of friends. I alienated a lot of people, but was not enough at the end of the day.
Technically speaking, Canada gave the world patient zero for AIDS as well. So don't beat yourself up too much for
That's
that.
fair. At least that wasn't that French Canadian flight attendant.
So Paris, on the other hand, unlike Italy, Germany, and Russia, Paris offers us a little more narrative flexibility. France was on the winning side of World War One, so there was no large upheaval, whether it was in art or politics or the institutions. Um, Paris before the war was largely the same as Paris after the war. Just some buildings had taken a bit of damage.
Yeah, a generation was gone.
Our fourth and our fifth episodes talked about Paris during the Belle Epoque from 1885 until 1914, when every wannabe artist in Europe moved to Paris and either joined the formal academies or else got an apartment in Montmartre and tried to hustle his art. The analogy we used was early 2000s New York City, when musicians could move to Manhattan and try to join the New York Philharmonic Orchestra, or they could move to Brooklyn to play acoustic guitar in some indie folk band, growing a handlebar mustache and wearing skinny jeans.
Like a gold rush situation.
Yeah. So because France was on the winning side of the war, there's continuity between those episodes and the 1920s Paris story. After the Impressionists, you had Montmartre in the 1880s and 1890s with Seurat, Van Gogh, Cézanne, and Gauguin. Then you had the turn of the century with Matisse, Picasso, and a bunch of these crazy artists writing their manifestos. And then World War I put things on hold for a few years. And on one level, this episode is just picking up where that left off. Because there's not nearly as much political context to talk about, this is going to be more of a straight-up art history episode than the Italy, Germany, and Russia episodes, which were more just straight history where the propaganda was ancillary to the political situation. The Paris story is going to be just straight art history. But we have to be careful when we're looking at this, because there is an official art history narrative, and some of the stuff we're looking at, some of the weird avant-garde stuff, gets institutionalized and put in and canonized and put into this narrative that gets taught in universities. But there's some survivorship bias there. Paris is still where every creative across Europe is coming to either try to make a name for himself or just slum it for a few years in his 20s. There's a lot of creative output in Paris that maybe ends up in a small art gallery somewhere, but doesn't make the art history narrative. And the stuff that makes the art history narrative, is it really that much better? I don't know. So we have to...
Wasn't as lucky.
Yeah. Well, we have to be very careful when we look at this stuff and just remember that we are looking at this through the lens of survivorship bias. But it's the official story, and we have to go over the stuff that ends up in the official narrative, whether we like it or not. I'm just saying we have to have a little bit of skepticism in this episode.
Some selective pressure
Yes.
was applied to this sample.
I'm just saying, if Hitler was angry about certain art in Germany, and he was definitely angry about certain art in Germany, that stuff is kind of forced into the narrative whether you like it or not. You can't say the same about Paris.
Yeah, there was a wall between entertainment and frickin' state. A little bit.
This is going to be a much more synoptic episode, and because the synoptic storyline is going to run long, we can break this apart into two episodes a lot more cleanly than we could in Germany. Like, even though that episode ran long, I really couldn't break apart the political situation from the art situation in Germany. In Paris, there's not really a political situation to talk about. So this is not a big deal if we cut this in half.
This is going to be our Kill Bill.
Yes.
All right.
As the quick review from 30,000 Feet, we've seen that the 1920s are a critical decade across all of the creative endeavors, from painting to opera. You see the same sort of shifts happening. The opulence of Victorian England and the Belle Epoque in France, they're starting to feel a little stale. For example, the aggressively fancy prose of the Victorian era is starting to feel kind of schmaltzy, like a greeting card.
Mm.
At least among avant-garde circles, there was a feeling that it's a newly industrialized world with factories and smokestacks, trains, ocean liners, broadcast media, airplanes, etc., and it demands a new aesthetic. And that really came to a head in the second decade of the 20th century, so the 1910s, which was the age of the Cubists, the Futurists, the German Expressionists, and all the other avant-garde movements that we've spent the last few episodes talking about. And most of these movements would have a manifesto declaring that they were Prometheus stealing fire from the stuffy formal academies.
It wasn't pretentious enough on its own.
No.
You have to explicitly state that this is going to change the world.
Yeah, well, basically every one of these manifestos is everything up to this point is garbage, and everything that we're doing from now on is the real art. And as we've talked about, this was driven much less by visionary ideals and much more by the fact that industrialization had made paint supplies affordable. So for the first time, a talented hustler could sell small paintings as opposed to needing to enter the academy and hoping to score some large state commission or large church commission. But in the 1910s, not only were these avant-garde movements convinced that their vision was going to define all of art going forward, they believed that this newly industrialized world was going to become a utopia, and that their art was going to be the official aesthetic of this new utopia.
It's mandatory good.
Mm-hmm. Well, then a little thing called World War I came along, and that, let's say, changed some of the utopian thinking.
You mean there's a downside to industrialization?
Yeah, it's not all it's not all luxury goods coming off those factory lines. It's also munitions and ordnance.
Not all bull markets and not all bull markets and surpluses, lads. Is going to be here to get a little skin in the game, you know.
Yeah, so coming out of the war, it certainly increased the desire to do something new and different, and to turn the page on the past, especially turn the page on the war. But they still had the hubris. They still had the conceit to call the age modernity or the modern era. We said this in a previous episode. Technically speaking, every era is the modern era.
It's like now.
I know. Every era is farther into the future than every era that came before it. That's a meaningless term.
Yep.
Modern. You know, there are certainly ages of tradition, and there's ages of conservatism, and there are also ages of change and reform. That's something that has happened to humanity since we've been keeping records. But it just takes a certain chutzpah to say that this time and place right here and now is the modern age.
It's a very interesting choice of words.
Yeah. Well, it's like, remember 10 years ago, speaking of Gamergate, everybody would say, like, how can people think this way in the year 2014? It's the current year.
Yep. Remember Justin?
Yep.
They asked him why he had a gender and race balanced cabinet, and he said because it's 2015.
Yep.
And then 2016 came and Trump got elected, and his cabinet was just a shit show.
Yep.
An embarrassment from top to bottom, to the point where a native guy had to step down for alcoholism.
Yep.
Another native MP barricaded herself in her office and wouldn't leave even after she left the party. Yeah, if you ever need a laugh, just look into some of the diversity hires that fucking Trudeau had in his first cabinet.
And the thing is, when we look back on it, we say, yep, it certainly was 2015.
Yep. Yep, had a very specific flavor, 2015.
This is the thing about saying because it's 2015, when 2025 comes along, it's going to sound 10 years out of date.
Yep. Yeah, absolutely.
But in the 20s, they called it modernism or le moderne, as if that term were somehow uniquely definitive.
So they're on the right side of history.
Basically.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, modernism is two things. The first is the really strange stuff from the early 1910s. Like, that's the stuff we mentioned earlier, Picasso and Braque. inventing Cubism in 1910 and 1911. But you also had composers like Stravinsky shocking people with a ballet like The Rite of Spring, which is about a pagan sacrifice of a virgin.
Eh,
It takes a few years for this stuff to get filtered through high society to the point where every university professor calls it genius. And World War One put cultural activities on hold. So a lot of the really weird stuff from the 1910s became popular in polite society in the 1920s.
hmm.
This is especially true because the attitude was let's put the war behind us, and people started to collect art, not just from the 1910s, but like from as far back as the Impressionists in the 1870s.
From the before times.
Yeah. Well, the not quite, like the slightly before
Yes,
times.
a little before the catastrophe.
This is when the post-impressionists like Van Gogh and Gauguin and Cézanne started to become much more widely appreciated in the 1920s. But these people were already, well, I think they were all dead by that point. And even if they weren't, like, their art was from 30 or 40 years before the war. The second thing that modernism is the art, both avant-garde and mainstream, of the 1920s itself. And that's what we've been talking about for the last 4 episodes. And we talked about how there are 3 things that you tend to see across all the creative endeavors in the 20s. The first is the awareness of the industrialized world that the creatives lived in. We discussed the Russian constructivists, who, as best as I can tell, were just making crafts out of leftover industrial refuse.
He's rubble.
Yep. Go back a couple episodes and see what a counter relief is. I wish I were making that up. I'm not funny enough to make that up.
Only communists could come up with something that funny, unintentionally.
The episode before that, we looked at the aero paintings of the futurists, painting the view from inside of the cockpit of an airplane. And then, like in literature, you had people like Kafka writing stories about dealing with a soulless bureaucracy, and even though it's technically the 30s, not the 20s, Aldous Huxley wrote Brave New World. The second thing is you started to get rid of superfluous ornamentation. We looked at architecture in the last episode, where the faculty at Bauhaus thought they were the most brilliant utopians ever by producing a plain concrete cube for the plebs to live in.
And the governments of the world were like, wait a minute, it's moral and artistic to force plebeians to live in concrete cubes? This like pigs being factory farmed? Yeah, that's great. We love these ideas. Come on, guys.
Again, go back and watch the last episode. I wish that was an exaggeration. It's not.
And one guy's black servant killed his whole family
Yep.
because he didn't have like a locking room.
Functional architecture
Yep.
means you have to have a cordoned off servant
Yeah,
quarters.
defensive. Anybody will tell you that. Anyone who has slaves will tell you that. You gotta have a cage. You got.
The third thing you saw was a self-awareness of the form. Like, we take it for granted that books and movies can jump around in time, but Marcel Proust was completely original when he wrote a novel with nonlinear storytelling. Plays would begin breaking the fourth wall. Symphonies were using weird rhythms and sounds. Why? Because they could. It was modernity, so let's throw away all the old rules and see what we can get away with.
Playing with the medium itself.
Which kind of worked, but only because these people were all trained properly.
Yeah. It's like punk music. You gotta actually know how to play the instrument to like be artistically crappy.
So this is not just another allegedly synoptic art history series. It's called How Art Got Ugly. And there is a meta-narrative going on. So we need to step back and be aware of what comes next as well as what came before. And in our 6th episode, we talked about the Museum of Modern Art, which opened in New York City in 1929. And it's hard to understate just how much of everything hinges on this one institution. In Europe, these avant-garde movements were confined to a few cities like Paris, London, Milan, Berlin, Moscow, Munich, Vienna, etc.
It's just something drug addicted weirdos did.
Yep. Well, and there was maybe a couple hundred drug-addicted weirdos in every one of these cities, and a small number of art collectors who gave a shit about what they were producing.
Oh, those were the days. Only a few drug addicted weirdos in your city.
Yeah. Now, Paris was the epicenter of the arts, but even there, the avant-garde movements are maybe 50 to 100 people tops, and the wider Bohemian community in Paris is maybe 2,000 people, including writers, musicians, and hangers-on, what you'd call the hipsters now, what they would call the flâneurs in those days.
Jesus.
Also in the 20s, a lot of those 2,000 people are displaced Jews from Russia.
Oh, I'm sure that will be unimportant.
So even in Paris, which is the center of the arts in Europe, this is always kind of a niche of a niche. The other cities had much smaller bohemian communities than Paris did, and there weren't that many other cities that had anything resembling an avant-garde scene. You know, in The Painted Word, Tom Wolfe said the public isn't invited, and it never has been. So there were maybe 10,000 art collectors worldwide, and most of them weren't interested at all in this weird avant-garde stuff. You'd maybe get the occasional eccentric rich guy like Sergei Shukin, but for the most part, the buyers of avant-garde art were these self-loathing nouveau riche types, people like Leo Stein who lived near the artists, you know, hipsters trying to be part of the community, but hipsters with trust funds.
Mm-hmm. The guys that gentrify things.
Yep. Yeah, writers and musicians, they can force their way into the mainstream conversation if they make something that the masses love, no matter how kitschy it is. But fine art is a different beast. Artists, they make their fame and fortune years before they get a write-up in the cultural pages of the New York Times. And that's the first time that people like you and me even know their names or get a chance to judge the quality of their work.
Can you imagine like the weird mask orgies you got to do to network with these people?
Yeah, I know. Yeah. And that's just to get a sneak preview of whatever shitty art they're doing. People like you and me, like the transaction is done, and it's been done and over with for years by the time we even get to see the paint splattered on the canvas.
And that's why we have no say, and don't blame us.
Yep. But after World War I, for the first time, there was a taste among the serious European collectors to start adding these modern pieces to their collections. So instead of just buying an academic piece by Ingres or Bouguereau, which is this stuff, the stuff that I would actually like to buy.
Yeah, the technical good art.
It's just beautiful. I mean, this doesn't require a lecture. It doesn't require a theory. I can just look at this.
A freaking caveman would understand this is pretty. Go out to the Sentinel Islands. They're going to like this.
Yeah.
They're not going to like you. They're probably going to like the painting.
You know, this is the impressive stuff that we associate with the word art, but collectors, they would now start adding a Renoir or a Van Gogh or a Cézanne piece as well. But Americans, they have an inferiority complex, which Tom Wolfe called the colonial complex. Rightly or wrongly, Americans just believed that things were more cultured in Europe. We've looked at this weird avant-garde stuff for several episodes now, and Americans don't really have any of that stuff back home, save for maybe the Alfred Stieglitz Gallery in New York and some novel methods of photography. That actually the Americans did lead on is artistic photography. So when some rich WASP industrialist and his trophy wife would vacation in London or in Paris, they would see Europeans with their modern aesthetic, and they felt that America was just embarrassing or unsophisticated or behind the times. The irony of this is that by the 1920s, Europeans had long since accepted American culture as legitimate. Like American literature, it had been considered sophisticated by Europeans ever since Edgar Allan Poe. Mm-hmm. Like Baudelaire elevated Poe to a myth, and then Walt Whitman was viewed as the voice of a nation settling the frontier. So after World War II, American Protestant self-loathing became the global hegemonic culture, but nobody before World War II said America. That's the country of Billy Bob the racist redneck. That just didn't happen. It was always, sure, their ruling class are a bunch of psychotic nut jobs who only care about the almighty dollar, but the average American is optimistic, hardworking, and going to transform a continent. Well, but their ruling class is nuts.
Even Democracy in America talks about how well read like the poorest people were.
Oh yeah. But, you know, if you talk to a cultured European about Americans, it was always, that's the country that gave the world Walt Whitman, and that guy transformed literature. I can't wait to see how the Americans transform the other creative endeavors. So, just to review, we looked at John Singer Sargent a few episodes ago, and that guy was incredibly talented. I think this is the portrait of Madame X. Looks like a beautiful woman you'd see today. Just look at the detail on that. Then
Pickup artists would nag her.
this is beautiful as well. Like a girl in a garden with lanterns. That's gorgeous.
Yeah, I'm freaking reminded of frolicking in a garden when I was a kid. That's a really nice picture.
This is a painting he did of Claude Monet. Claude Monet painting by the edge of a wood. He's painting an impressionist painter in an impressionist style.
It's meta, people. It's very bright. It's very smart.
But I mean, just look at the watercolor in the background. I mean, that's
gorgeous, man. There's something technical here. It's like a punk rock song. He's breaking the rules, but something amazing is happening by it. But first he understood the rules in the first place.
Well, then there's this one. I think this one just jumps off the page.
Yeah, this screams 1920s, kind of Moulin Rouge. Fucking.
Yeah.
This is, wow. Look at that pot of coffee. I just want to take a drink. Look at the shine. And he got that low light aesthetic as a bouncer. I know this very well. This trying to sort out low light. It's just, he's something really interesting here. He's captured a really interesting perspective.
Yeah. So this should have been the aesthetic of the American century.
Yeah.
All the Americans had to do was embrace their cultural heritage with a bit of pride. And yet, for all of the respect that Europeans had for American culture, what did the Americans do? When a rich American couple vacationed on the French Riviera, the wife said, "We need to bring this chic modern stuff back to decorate our place in the Hamptons." John Q. American is not a Boston Brahmin. From his farmhouse in Ohio, what does he care if someone in Connecticut buys a Matisse? As I said, going into the 1920s, there's maybe 10,000 people worldwide who give a shit about this stuff. So it shouldn't have mattered that much when a rich American couple looked at this weird Dada shit and saw European sophistication and got hearts in their eyes.
So these fuckers were like patient zero. They're like our French-Canadian flight attendant of earlier.
Well, it wouldn't have mattered that much if still only 10,000 people worldwide cared about it. But the problem is this gigantic institution, the Museum of Modern Art, decided to make this the gold standard of art worldwide.
Oh, wow.
And after World War II, nobody was there to challenge the Americans anymore.
And that discussion was done.
Yep. As they said in Starship Troopers, violence has settled more arguments than anything else, but doesn't always give you a good conclusion. Especially when this is not the art. This should have been the art of the American century.
This is what we were robbed of.
Yep. We did a whole episode just on Monet's water lilies, saying that after the war, Impressionism was at least mainstream enough that the Prime Minister, Georges Clemenceau, commissioned the Grande Décoration, a room full of Impressionist murals to be an unofficial war memorial, like this one here. We did a whole episode just on this piece.
The flowers represent your dead children. They are very many, yes.
And they fertilize the ground. So the new non-academic art, it had become at least somewhat mainstream in Europe, but the French people, they don't really care that much about the water lilies because it turns out that there's nothing edgy about an 85-year-old doing a government commission.
Yep. There's not even any boobs.
Yeah. And yet, the Americans look at these paintings as if Moses had just come down from the mountain and given us commandments on what art needs to be moving forward. And again, why do they view it that way? Because the Museum of Modern Art tells them to view it that way.
It's the institution. You need that validation.
Yeah. Well, MoMA was founded in 1929 when literally the wife of John Rockefeller Jr. decided that she wanted to head up a museum of this new and weird European stuff.
Okay, sweetie, whatever you want.
Basically. These days, when a rich guy's wife wants a keep her off my ass project, she becomes a multi-level marketer or something, sells Tupperware.
Or if she has money, she becomes the head of a GMO. We are teaching...
No, you mean an NGO.
An NGO, thank you. We are teaching inner city women how to breastfeed.
Do you just want to show your tits? What does that have to do with anything? The Rockefeller family, at one point, they made up 5% of the American GDP. And they were not content to just sit by and collect interest on their money. They viewed themselves as the stewards of the American people, and they wanted to play an active role in managing the country. Now, the hagiography about the Rockefellers, it says that they set up charities and built libraries. The reality is that the actions of the Rockefellers were corrupt by any definition of the word. Like after the Civil War, they basically owned the Republican Party for 100 years. From 1868 till 1920, two-thirds of the presidential elections were won by a Republican from Ohio.
Wow.
Because in those days, the way to get ahead in American politics was to have gone to school with a member of the Rockefeller family.
It's like being a French-Canadian lawyer in Canada.
Yep. Well, French-Canadian lawyer who's been to one of about 3 private schools.
Yep. Yeah. Gay, all-boys schools. The ruling class, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, when Alex Jones would come up with a new conspiracy theory, it always followed a specific template. He would talk about corporate interests headed up by a group of people with weird sexual practices and pagan rituals who wanted to micromanage the American people because they have these lofty visions and don't trust people to exercise their freedoms properly. The reason that template works so well is because it's basically what the Rockefellers were doing out in the open for 100 years.
I'm sure there's no oligarchs now.
Well, that's the thing. Like all of the structures that the Rockefellers put in place, those structures are still in place, but it's like a rudderless ship.
Yeah.
Because, it lasts for a few generations, and then the 4th or the 5th generation of fuck up rich kids, they don't know how to manage it.
I just want to point out, this one's not on the tribe.
No, it's not. I mean, the tribe took over a lot of these foundations that they put together. Oh, they wanted the Ford Foundation. That was a feather in their cap when they took that one over and made it woke. All I'm saying is that when you see any long-standing American hippy-dippy cause with institutional backing, if it goes back farther than the 80s, it probably has the fingerprints of the Rockefeller family on it. Like David Rockefeller, he was basically the original George Soros.
I can't say the same, unfortunately, about Mr. Soros. Sorry, guys.
Nature abhors a void.
Sometimes you pull back the curtain, it's exactly who you might think. But sometimes it's not.
Yeah. Well, so, the Rockefellers, like I said, they're still around.
Yeah.
But the game, it tends to only work for 3 generations. The family's last hurrah was when Nelson Rockefeller was Gerald Ford's running mate in 1976, when they lost to Jimmy Carter. Nelson Rockefeller died in 1979, which kind of opened up the Republican Party for the B squad of American old money, like the Bush family.
I just want to go on record saying I absolutely hate the Bush family.
Yeah.
You might think, given the topic, that we're really concerned. I hate George W. Bush. Everything that man touched turned to shit. I will do a podcast to that effect at some point.
Well, the Reagan years, they also opened up Wall Street, allowing the American hereditary ruling class to be displaced by Patrick Bateman and George Soros.
And now you got the kids of the frickin' economic oligarchs making sex tapes and shit. So, what does that say about the moral health and the integrity of the ruling class, right?
Well, Tim Dillon says every time he meets some new up-and-coming comedian, it's like, yeah, I'm the heiress to some billionaire's fortune. I think they've just given up on trying to keep the machine working for another generation. They're just trying to milk it for all it's worth.
I'll be gone, you'll be gone.
Yeah, all of Alex Jones's conspiracy theories sound as if there's some successor to the Rockefellers in charge, but the truth is even more terrifying than that, which is that now that the last of the real Rockefellers is dead, the apparatus that they built is still around, but nobody's steering the ship.
Yep, the golem's out of control, folks.
But one critical node in the Rockefeller apparatus is the Museum of Modern Art. You may have heard that Jackson Pollock was a CIA asset, which he was, but that's the wrong way to frame things. The correct way to frame things is that MoMA is one of the propaganda arms of the post-war bureaucracy that has been in charge of the world since 1945, and that's why there really is only one arbiter of what does and doesn't count as art.
Especially avant-garde art.
Well, I'm just saying.
We'll show you revolutionary art, guys.
Well, I'm just saying it's a tragedy that for all of the blank checks that the Americans were written for the American century, they fell victim to this colonial complex. They decided to turn their back on their own respected cultural heritage and say, we want to be like this very niche group of European weirdos, especially their modernist stuff.
Which way, Western man?
Well, they saw it as European sophistication when an expressionist splashed paint on the canvas. Like we read a passage last time from Mein Kampf about how a Bolshevik is the only person who can look at Cubism or Dada and say that it touches his soul. I think Hitler was wrong because the American tourists and expats are going to take one look at Picasso or Matisse and they're going to want to put on a beret and a black turtleneck and feel cultured for admiring it. And one museum with a lot of institutional power is going to say that this stuff is the one true art that's allowed in the narrative. And that narrative is cemented in every liberal arts curriculum when the university system expanded in the 60s and 70s. And that narrative goes straight through Paris in the 1920s. And that's what we're going to talk about today. But everything we're looking at today has to be viewed through a lens of survivorship bias.
Okay.
Because there's a lot of stuff going on in Paris. Paris is still the cultural capital of Europe. The stuff we're looking at today is the history of the art which ends up in the narrative, but it is not meant to be representative of what would be going on if you were to take a time machine back to Paris and Montmartre in 1922.
This is off Broadway.
Well, speaking of really off Broadway, the official history of American arts and letters, it's weird. Because up until World War I, you have this image of the stuffy Protestant professor who looked like the teachers in The Catcher in the Rye.
Oh, yeah.
Writing about colonial Puritans or 19th century America.
John Cleese types.
Yep. During the second decade of the 20th century, people from all over America moved to New York to live the bohemian lifestyle in Greenwich Village, or like to make music in Tin Pan Alley. And you'd recognize a lot of the names if you've ever taken an American literature or an American history class. Like E.E. Cummings, John Reed, Margaret Sanger, Frances Perkins, Emma Goldman, Edna St. Vincent Millay, Eugene O'Neill, Georgia O'Keeffe. These people all lived in Greenwich Village in the early 1910s.
Could have all fit around the table.
Yeah, well, that's one of the points I'm trying to make. It's not just that there's a very few of these people, it's that they all live in a few blocks of each other. This is the 1910s. So this would have been the American answer to the European avant-garde and modernism. But then something happened, and that something is called World War I. When the war was finished in 1918, Europe was a pile of rubble. And if you were an American wannabe bohemian, you could just skip Greenwich Village altogether and hop on a boat to Paris.
Depends how much money your parents have.
Well, also, your American dollar goes a long way in a continent that's just blown itself up.
Yep.
You know, you could get the European experience at a discount, and all of a sudden Paris was full of these American expats, all aspiring to be the next, Henry James or James Whistler or John Singer Sargent.
I'm sure the Parisians loved that.
Well, all of a sudden, the most important names in American arts and letters, they're all people living in Paris. People like Hemingway and F. Scott Fitzgerald, Hart Crane, Gertrude Stein, Josephine Baker. There's just an abrupt shift in the history of American arts and letters from Greenwich Village to Paris. If you read a list of American notable cultural figures of the 1910s and 20s, you see a very clear break. You see people who live in Greenwich Village before 1917, and you see people who live in Paris from 1919 onwards. And since 20th century academia is so America-centric, even if you look at a list of notable European figures to study for Jeopardy, when you get to the 1920s, most of them are just people who were popular in Paris at the time that the Americans were all over there.
Okay, so it's like a reverse founder's bias or something.
Yeah, kind of, yeah. More importantly, though, these are the people who would have labeled themselves les modernistes. In 1945, America became the center of the world after Europe completely finished itself off. But people at the time talked about how New York had displaced Paris as the seat of modernism. They didn't say that New York had unseated Paris as the center of art, just as the center of modernism. So we see that 1920s Paris is not just a mecca for creatives from all over the world. We see that post-World War II America was trying to LARP as Paris. It was trying to be the site of the next Paris.
This is where we got stuck.
Yep, it absolutely is. The Americans were going to do whatever they could to emulate the arts and the atmosphere from a snapshot in time of Paris in the early 20s.
When the exchange rate was good.
Yep.
Economic factors, people.
So who are these Americans who are sojourning in Paris? Well, Ezra Pound was the first one to really make waves with this weird poetry that included things like Chinese characters. But he doesn't really count because he was already established before the war. F. Scott Fitzgerald, he was certainly a presence in Paris, but he was also kind of already famous. He was already seen as the chronicler of the Jazz Age before he moved to Europe in 1924.
Hanging out with the absinthe suckers.
Yep. No, the first person from the American art colony on the left bank to really achieve major success, publishing a novel back home in New York, was Hemingway. In 1926, he got his big break with The Sun Also Rises, about a group of these dipshit expats going to the running of the bulls in Pamplona. And that book included 2 epigraphs. One was a passage from the Book of Ecclesiastes about how everything tends to revert to the mean on a long enough time scale. One generation passeth away, and another generation cometh. But the earth abideth forever. The sun also ariseth, and the sun goeth down, and hasteth to his place where he arose. The wind goeth towards the south, and turneth about unto the north. It whirleth about continually, and the wind returneth again according to his circuits. All the rivers run into the sea, yet the sea is not full. Unto the place from whence the rivers come, thither thy return again. The other epigraph was a quote that our good friend Gertrude Stein, we talked about her a few episodes ago. She was an interesting figure.
Not my favorite.
Not my favorite, but proof that certain stereotypes are stuck in time.
Yep.
Our good friend Gertrude Stein had overheard a local French mechanic admonishing the young Americans, saying, "You are all a lost generation." And thus, the generation was given a name, the Lost Generation, in the exact same way that 65 years later, Douglas Copeland had christened Generation X with the name of his novel. The Sun Also Rises. It was basically a defense of the lost generation, who were seen as headless, decadent, and detached after coming of age during World War I. So just as Generation X is the cool and irreverent generation that gave us The Simpsons and South Park, the lost generation, at least they were seen as never really having a stake in the game, because they were born just in time for the previous 2 generations to screw things up, like Gen X.
I wonder what that's like.
Yeah, so the spirit was embodied by Hemingway's other epigraph, the one from the Book of Ecclesiastes, about how the band will play on and the world will just keep on turning, even if the lost generation has trouble finding its place and lives their life as a bunch of fuck-ups. Hemingway is just saying it's all cool that the lost generation is lost, because what are you supposed to do when you see a devastating war during your formative years? Of course, it really doesn't help Hemingway's case that if you pull back and take a look at the whole situation, you see that before the war, his peers in Greenwich Village were already a bunch of sexual degenerates.
Yeah, that just seems to go hand in hand with being artistic.
I'm just saying there's a lot of continuity between Greenwich Village before the war and Paris after the war. So for Hemingway to say that the war was the deciding factor, I don't know if it quite matches up.
Yeah, artists have been perverts forever, as far as my research goes.
Well, they're not just artists. Some of these are social activists who are also perverts.
Oh, God, so creative, creative, rich social activists.
Yeah,
that's a very specific type.
Rich people with something to prove.
Yeah, these are people who would be polyamorous now.
Now they were polyamorous then.
No, they call themselves
Okay.
polyamorous.
As always, it helps to be politically connected. And the focal point of the left bank of Paris was a bookstore called Shakespeare and Company. It was a bookstore and publisher run by a woman named Sylvia Beach, who was a preacher's daughter whose father's congregation had included Woodrow Wilson.
So like some of these weird church congregations in the States that all these high-powered political people... Oh,
yeah.
all right.
Yep. She had moved in and established herself in 1917 and was visited by Gertrude Stein. So this established a nice conduit from Paris's weird avant-garde to the well-connected echelons of America's elite.
So it's like a Hillary Huma
Yeah, kind
situation.
In more ways than one, yes.
Yeah.
Though, these two women would later have a falling out when Sylvia Beach decided to publish James Joyce's Ulysses, and Gertrude Stein thought the book was terrible.
Oh,
and leave it to creative women to
Yeah.
have a complete falling out over that.
Yep. Over a classic. This is garbage.
Well, this is not the story of the Lost Generation, but you really do see the Jeopardy list start to cohere when you read the memoirs of any American who spent time in Paris in the 20s. Whether or not they accomplished anything, they all seem to talk about being a part of this special time and place. And they all seem to name drop as many people as they can. It's like talking to old science fiction fans, where they bring up stories of going to some science fiction con in the 50s and meeting Heinlein and Arthur C. Clarke.
It's like the hippies.
Yeah.
Talking about, I was summer love in San Francisco.
Yep, basically, yep.
Fried my brain on acid.
Yep.
This guy came up in a school bus playing guitar, and I didn't go with him. And later, he tried to kill the Beach Boys.
Reading about Paris in the 20s often feels like you're reading gossip, because everybody will mention the one time that I was drinking absinthe at a cafe with Marcel Duchamp, and I was working on my magnum opus when F. Scott Fitzgerald just walked in.
So it's like Toronto, where everybody's got a lame Drake story.
Yes. It's like, so rarely do you see a historic storyline start so abruptly. It's very easy to see how the Jeopardy list is created, because it's just a list of people who all these fuckers were name dropping in the 20s. It does also feel like it's from another world, because this is the old proper literature that you have to read for an English degree. Like, you'll have to read Fitzgerald, you'll have to read Hemingway.
Well, before you could get AI to do it for you. But
Well,
yeah, that aside, anyway.
I did say had, I don't
That's
say have
fair,
to.
yeah.
And yet, only 4 decades later, Hunter S. Thompson basically wrote the same thing about being part of San Francisco in the mid-60s. So the auto loop is already well in motion at this point. The 90s was just nostalgia for the 60s, and the 60s was just nostalgia for Paris in the 20s.
So on that, I feel like we're on a cultural hamster wheel.
We are.
Yep.
That's kind of the point I'm trying to make with this. We absolutely are.
Yep.
Again, you have to remember that university culture is really a product of the 20s as well. We talked a couple episodes ago about how the factories, they all tooled up for the war effort. And after the war, they were able to produce so much shit that there was never a worry of people not having their demands met. If anything, the risk was overproduction and the excess going to waste. So they had to convince people to consume more than their needs, and the field of advertising was born.
Way to go, advertising.
Now, because industry had gotten so big and so complicated, in the 20s, universities started to evolve from finishing schools for blue bloods into training grounds for middle-class people to manage the modern economy. So, the whole university experience, at least the middle-class university experience, this is something that was set in place in the 20s, and maybe that's why culture feels like it's on such an auto loop.
Yeah.
Maybe culture will start moving forward because the university system is in complete free fall right now. There was a time that to prove you were smart enough for a corporate job, the best way to prove you'd be a good paper pusher is I spent 4 years reading Shakespeare. Now those jobs are all computerized and automated away. What the fuck do you need a university degree for anymore?
You gotta feel smart. You gotta do something with your kids that are useless.
Yeah.
You gotta send them to school.
You know what? I take pride in the fact that you can educate your kids better by listening to this fucking long-winded series that we're doing right now.
Amen.
Back in America, some farmer in Nebraska didn't give a fuck about rich kids having an opium binge at Gertrude Stein's house. Even during the 10s and the 20s, if you were a rich American and you wanted someone to tutor your kid, you would always demand somebody have a quote-unquote European flair, which probably explains why so many of these people went to Europe after World War I, because they could do it on a discount. But, the rich Americans, they didn't want Ernest Hemingway. That was always something for the university set. And so we answer another question that we posed a few episodes back. We asked why culture from the 30s just feels so disembodied and not rooted in a specific time and place. This was the decade that gave the world Batman, Bilbo Baggins, Superman, Snow White, Bugs Bunny, Mickey Mouse, and Brave New World. And yet we don't associate any of it with the 30s the way we associate Buddy Holly with the 50s or
Yeah.
the Beatles with the 60s. Like, why is that? Well, it's because when the university system was built out in the 60s and the 70s to accommodate the baby boomer generation, the story of the West's arts and letters was focused on Britain for most of the 19th century. Then it shifts to Paris in the 1920s and 30s, and then shifts back to America post 1945. So anything that happens in America or Britain in the 30s is just completely disembodied from this narrative. Americans learned about what Americans were doing in Europe with the Lost Generation, not what Americans were doing back home. Along with the university system, television was the other half of that 1-2 propaganda punch because it was fairly easy to propagandize a generation with a narrative when everyone had a TV room in their suburban house and that TV only had 3 channels.
For the first time in history, you don't have to read about it. You don't have to trust an announcer. You can see it.
Yeah.
So the amount of credulity with the television was like the early internet, where there was a lot of credulity.
The problem is the internet, you can dig deep to get the real information. That didn't work with TV.
Nope.
The other half of that propaganda, though, is who remembered the 20s and 30s accurately on TV? Archie Bunker.
Oh, yeah.
Sophisticated people. We learned about Hemingway and Fitzgerald when we were studying the 20s and 30s. Archie Bunker knew about the Andrews sisters and Glenn Miller.
Yeah.
We don't want to be Archie Bunker, do we? Every generation since then has just been LARPing the 20s to one extent or another. Not even just LARPing the 20s, LARPing the Americans in Paris in the 20s.
It wasn't just the rent kids. Okay.
Before anybody thinks I'm ripping too hard on the boomers, it's not a wonder they tossed out all the old sexual norms, because they were propagandized to idolize the cultural elites of the lost generation, who were a bunch of drug addicts and sexual degenerates themselves, whether it was in Greenwich Village or in Paris. When you read the memoirs of some wannabe American writer who lived in Paris, you inevitably come across the fact that the women are all crazy, lesbian, or both.
Apropos of today.
Yeah. Well, that's what I mean. We talked about Gertrude Stein and Alice Toklas in a previous episode, but it wasn't just them. There was a woman named Janet Flanner. She was a Quaker who wrote for the New Yorker. She wrote a column called Letters from Paris, and she had a couple of lesbian lovers who she was not always monogamous with. There was a woman named Juna Barnes who wrote an illustrated book of poetry called The Book of Repulsive Women. So again,
So the Society for Cutting Up Men.
Yeah, or I Am a Nasty Woman.
Yeah.
Or Amy Schumer. It's all the same shit.
Yep.
And then she wrote a modernist book called Nightwood, which portrays a web of lesbian relationships explicitly, and yes, there's domestic violence.
Yeah, yeah. If you know lesbians, that's not surprising. There's a lot of punching.
Well, the central hub of Paris's precursor to the baseball hat mafia was the salon of a woman named Natalie Clifford Barney. Now, this is a woman born in Indiana. She's born in the Midwest in the 1880s. There is no way that Wikipedia's early life section is going to say, yeah, yes, it does. Yes, it does.
We did cover the Rockefellers. We call it like it is. The Rockefellers were not tribe members. So,
well, here's a picture of Natalie Clifford Barney. Absolutely no stereotypes broken here.
This is a girl who would have come to Lee's Palace in 2008.
Yeah. Dude, the one on the top right, she looks like a sexual degenerate from an 80s picture.
She does. Looks like freaking.
Just put leg warmers on her.
Slutty Sarah Connor.
Yes. Society's on an auto loop. I don't know what to tell you.
Oh, androgyny's back in.
So this woman, she had a habit of getting into relationships with women, and the joke about lesbians and U-Hauls. She would get into these very committed relationships very quickly, and then a couple of years in, she would decide unilaterally that they shouldn't be monogamous anymore.
Yeah. Yeah. Again, these are tropes with that community.
There's a book called Ladies' Almanac, which is centered on her salon, about the love affairs between all the women who show up, including Oscar Wilde's heroin addict niece who died of an overdose.
Woo!
You know how when you put a group of 10 lesbians in the same room and add alcohol, you see the most dysfunctional behavior that white people are capable of?
Yes. Yeah, can confirm.
Just take a look at this. Just take a look at this little milieu.
Jesus Christ. I can tell which one's related to Oscar Wilde. Jesus Christ. But these are all characters in the annex,
Yep.
in the hipster scene, into these are all,
I know.
these are the kind of,
Well, even right down to the lesbian couple where one's trying to look like a man.
yeah. You all know you talk about cultural cycles, right? In
Yep.
terms of lesbians. Back in the day, you had to be a boy lesbian or a girl lesbian. It was a butch femme
Hmm.
dynamic. That kind of went away as bisexuality became
In vogue.
in vogue, and the hunting ground kind of expanded. But now lesbians are kind of back together, and they're no longer really lesbians. A lot of them consider themselves like transgendered, but they now identify as either trans masc or
Hmm.
trans femme.
Yep.
So we're back to that
Just look at the
male
picture in the bottom
female
left.
dynamic. It's just
I
fascinating.
know. Yep. But the thing is, every trust fund girl who becomes a bohemian lesbian thinks she's being original.
Yep.
No, you're not.
Yep.
Look at the one in the top left. This is every art school boy girl.
Yep.
She looks like Joan from Clone High.
Yeah. But this is just also a BPD, borderline
Yeah.
personality.
Yep.
I think that also probably manifests in these circles for whatever reason.
Mm.
For whatever reason, female BPDs and I guess male BPD also seems to be connected with bisexuality to some degree. I don't know why, but that's
Yeah.
just something I've noticed.
All I'm saying is that if these women had been born 100 years later, they would have had Tumblr accounts.
Yep, they would have had Tumblr. They would have transitioned to Twitter and tried to ruin Twitter.
Well, they would have transitioned in another way as well.
That's fair. Yeah.
Again, if these women had been born 110 years later, they'd have all been taking HRT.
Yep.
Again, I can picture every one of these women with mastectomy scars and a chin strap beard.
Yep.
All of them.
Well, how many of them would have gotten freaking lobotomized if it had been a little bit earlier, right?
Yep.
This for whatever reason, this is the crowd that takes the brunt of medical experiments.
Some of these women are British, and I'm sure that during the war they were handing out white feathers to
Yep.
men with cerebral palsy. But this is the start of the culture of sexual degeneracy that Americans use to signal status to each other.
Jesus.
And again, that's going to be packaged and sold by the American university system.
You don't need to tell Americans to be sexual degenerates. It's hyper irrigation, as Hitchens might say.
There's this idea that third wave feminism is crazy, but first wave feminism was the good one. Just look at these women. Just
Well,
look
they,
at them.
They don't talk about the white feather campaign or the terrorism
Or the bombing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's the other thing.
Well, that's just it. First wave feminists and the suffragettes, they were these batshit insane hedonists. And the waves of feminism since then have largely been driven by the university system, holding them up as some sort of model citizens.
Yep. And you got freaking peek at propaganda. When was the last time you heard about Carrie Nation?
Well,
that's the kind of that's forgotten. The link with prohibition
yep.
is downplayed. They never talk about what they were doing during the war for obvious reasons.
Well, not only that, you think of the suffragettes themselves. You think of Susan B. Anthony and Elizabeth Cady Stanton. They're portrayed as just these sweet old ladies who wanted to vote.
Yeah.
No, they were both loudmouth, batshit insane people who said, we need to educate every other woman so that they'll be unhappy.
Yep.
Because then we'll all get the right to vote.
Yep.
If Susan B. Anthony was alive today, she would be fat, tatted up, and knee-deep in SSRI prescriptions. She'd also probably have a septum piercing and an asymmetric haircut.
And a girlfriend in a suit.
Yeah. More generally, though, all of this lost generation culture, it bears the fingerprints of Nietzsche. Because especially after the rise of Hitler and the Anglo-American falling out with Stalin, the American Academy has tried very hard to cover its tracks when it comes to how Nietzschean it was in the late 19th and early 20th centuries. The perfect cover story is that nihilism comes from coming of age during the Great War, but the elephant in the room is that the ethos and the kind of people in 1912 Greenwich Village is exactly the same as what you see in 1922 Paris. There's complete continuity between pre and post World War I American desires to make something meaningful out of the chaos and reject dogma just as Nietzsche would have told you to. You see the exact same perspectivism in modernist writers who play with the structure and language. Perhaps fittingly, one of Nietzsche's core ideas was the eternal recurrence and achieving authenticity by living your life as it's going to be repeated again and again and again, like a production of Hamlet. Now, I know that he was not making any metaphysical claims. So, yes, you Spurgs who are listening, I'm not saying that Nietzsche believed you would live the same life over and over again. That's not what he was claiming. But it is curious that we seem to have ended up in an auto loop, just like Nietzsche's thought experiment.
I liked it. It goes back to a white guy.
Yeah.
All this feminist stuff. It's the same as the postmoderns. It all goes back to Foucault.
So one generation after another is just educated to LARP as these bohemians from a specific time and place that only lasted a few years. Culture got stuck on an auto loop in the 1920s, and personal authenticity just seems to be the linchpin of everything from consumerism to the sexual revolution. And you see it right here.
Yeah, and
you see it easily.
I'm throwing stones from a glass house. I equally fell for all this stuff in my youth and acted this out in my quote-unquote rebellious phase. That was not rebellious at all.
Yeah.
But yeah, all these women, they look like they want to talk to a manager.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to lodge a complaint.
Or they're going to make out with another girl for the attention of every male in the room.
Yeah, performative bisexuality. A lot of that.
Yeah, so I do think that this culture is now starting to recede, especially as American hegemony wanes. Like, first of all, it was a lot easier to bribe the boomers in the 60s and 70s. You could bribe boomer women by telling them the old world was a prison that stifled your potential and individuality. You can break free just like these creatives and lesbians in Paris in the 20s. It was also easy to bribe boomer men by saying, if you follow progressivism, you get to enjoy a world where women have looser sexual mores, like these women in Paris in the 20s.
That'll be wonderful for the top 5% of you.
Well, it was also easy to bribe boomers of both sexes by saying, you know what, even if you don't believe this, if you listen to what your liberal arts professors tell you, there's a well-paying job at General Electric after you graduate. Those lines don't work on Zoomers.
Nope.
Zoomer women see their older millennial sisters and see a bunch of miserable spinsters who everybody hates.
Can confirm.
Zoomer men look at the dating pool and would rather watch porn and play video games than swim in that cesspool of STDs.
Yeah, they're going to literally fall in love with AI characters rather than freaking date somebody.
Yep. And if a Zoomer believes that getting a liberal arts degree will open doors, that's on him or her for being that gullible.
Yeah, sorry kids. That boat done sunk.
More importantly, that Nietzschean rejection of dogma is an Ouroboros that eats its own tail.
Yep.
Like, it's just not stable in the long run. I mentioned that the real breakthrough of the American expat colony was The Sun Also Rises by Ernest Hemingway. That book takes its title from the King James Bible, but it also represents the dawn of this modernist cultural revolution that created the 20th century as we know it. And as modernism progressed, more and more traditions were rejected, and we now live in a world where even if you go to church, the churches don't use the King James Bible anymore.
Well, it's offensive.
Well, they all use Bibles with simpler language like the sun rises and the sun sets. So the title of the book that launched Hemingway into fame and the title of the book that launched the modernist revolution, it doesn't even mean anything anymore.
Idiocracy, time lapse.
Like, The Sun Also Rises is a reference to a book that nobody looks at.
Yep, nobody can read it. Nobody can understand.
It's a ghost culture just going through the motions, completely uninspired. And you can tell that by looking at anything that Hollywood has produced with progressive messaging in the last 15 years.
We're looking at you, Snow White remake.
Oh, God.
That was a shit show from top to bottom.
Why did they cast Dora the Explorer as Snow White?
Well, that's the first thing. And then they got rid of the little people. And then the little people sued them. For getting rid of them. It's Snow White and the Seven Dwarves. You need dwarves. There's a big chance for dwarf actors. And then frickin' Game of Thrones dum-dum runs his mouth and frickin' takes bread out of the mouth of his fellow little people. They should be working together.
No, at first it was Snow White and the Seven Meth Heads. Did you see that picture?
Oh, it was like, Snow White and the seven fucking weirdo. These people, basically.
Yeah.
These people and their weird male friends that are just hanging around them for some reason.
This is kind of where the story starts. Because Paris has this weird dynamic where in the 1920s it's not just the center of French art, it's also the center of the American story that gets canonized, and at least the part of the American cultural history that enters the propaganda books.
And it's frozen in time for all.
Yeah. Notwithstanding that, Paris still was the place to be in the 20s because it had been the center of the art world since Louis XIV built Versailles. In Paris, there is going to be some really wacky shit fueled by, let's say, opium and other narcotics. It's not quite as obnoxious as whatever passes for performance art now, but Paris has been the home of some weirdos for quite a few years at this point, under the guise of this word modern. You know, of course, in Paris, this stuff happens at back alley galleries and cafes and small theaters. At the end of the day, there still are only a few thousand people worldwide who care to collect art at all, let alone the avant-garde stuff. And there are maybe a few tens of thousands of Parisian hipsters, both native and expat, hanging around because they like the bohemian atmosphere. But as anyone who has hung around hipsters can tell you, things change when their preferred genre of creative output goes mainstream. And that's where the Parisian Rashomon story starts. So the story begins not with a painting or a sculpture or even with a piece of music, but actually with a ballet.
Jesus, it's coming out of left field.
Yep. Well, so in 1917, a guy named Jean Cocteau conceived Parade, which is a ballet about circus performers trying to convince people off the street to come into the show. Like, the premiere wasn't at some obscure experimental dance company. It was at the Ballet Russe, or the Russian Ballet, which was an itinerant dance company filled with dancers who had trained in Russia but didn't really have much chance to perform in Russia after the change in management in 1917. So in those days, the ballet, it was not just some pastime for gay men and trophy wives. It was serious cultural capital. And the Ballet Russe, it was willing to do experimental productions, famously The Rite of Spring by Stravinsky, which depicted a pagan ritual sacrifice of a maiden.
Oh, like that freaking Olympic Games intro.
Yes. Wouldn't even surprise me if that was a direct allusion to that.
Yep.
Now, I can picture a lot of things. I have a hard time picturing a ballet turning into a riot.
That would be a very effeminate riot.
Today it would be, yes, but remember, the ballet used to be serious cultural capital. And like riots apparently used to happen at the ballet if people were displeased with the quality of the dancing on stage.
I'm trying to imagine bouncing a ballet.
I guess it's no more ridiculous than seeing it in the stands at a football game.
Yeah, fair enough.
Cocteau, he was going to elevate two people with that production. One was the man who designed the sets and costumes, and that man was Pablo Picasso. Now, we've already talked extensively about Picasso because however much merit you think there is or isn't to his notability, he is undeniably notable, so you can't ignore him. He was in his late 30s at this point. He was, Montmartre famous, at least insofar as every bohemian had to prove he could do one Cubist painting to prove that he was up on things and good enough to be a member of the club.
He's like a certified hipster.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, being Montmartre famous in 1918 is like being a popular acoustic guitar player in Brooklyn during Vice magazine's early days. They gave you some notoriety, but like you're not selling out stadiums doing that.
It's like the crust punk scene.
Yes.
Not the main thing. Juggalos.
Well, so a lot of Picasso's fans got butthurt that he sold out and decided to design sets for the ballet. He's supposed to be a starving artist doing it for the love of his craft, and then this is like doing Burger King commercials or something.
Well, this is where that's okay.
Yeah, again, the ballet used to be that important that hipsters threw a hissy fit if you did something for the ballet.
Yeah, this is about like hipsters hating other hipsters that are more successful.
Yeah, well, that's exactly what it is. What do Picasso's costumes and sets look like?
Not those women.
Not those women.
Okay. Yeah, this is Adult Swim. This is definitely,
Yep.
this is like something that would be broadcast on Adult Swim. I can see the little sket that they're doing. It's like, we're gonna smoke out of this. What the?
Well, it's a vibe, as the kids say.
Yeah.
Now, there is a video on YouTube. I'm going to be fair. There is a video of a production with the original sets and costumes. Now, the recording is not great because it was on VHS. And I'm not going to pretend that I understand anything about ballet. But you can at least see how the choreography is done in such a way that when the dancers are walking around in these things, it kind of looks like a Cubist painting. Like you see, that looks like a guy's face at the top in the left there.
Okay.
So I'm giving the devil his due here.
Some here, just maybe not for me.
Yeah, like you see, look at that. That kind of looks like a Muppet or something.
Yeah, this is Muppet territory. Yep. This, if you told me this was a set of a children's cartoon,
yep,
or like a children's puppet show or something, I wouldn't bat an eye.
But this is Parisian high society, and fistfights start in the stands over this stuff.
You call that a plie?
These 8-foot cubist creatures, they're supposed to be the theater managers.
What?
Yeah, well, they're trying to convince you to come in off the streets of Paris, and they're unsuccessful.
This is how carnies recruit.
Basically, yeah. So there's 3 circus or vaudeville acts that they send out to try to convince people to come in. A Chinese magician, a young American girl, and a pair of acrobats.
Oh, we gotta see the Chinese musician one after
recording. Oh, no. Here's the thing. Halfway through, then if that's not absurdist enough, you completely randomly get this. A fucking horse. Like a Cubist horse.
This is like hippie stuff.
No, it's like an acid trip.
Yeah, exactly.
I feel like a museum docent who needs to pretend that a broken chair from the dump is actually concept art, calling this like actually high cultured ballet.
Yep. Yeah, at that point, you just
like this is like the pep rally. Yeah. You know, the 2 mascots come in and the horse.
Imagine training for years. You got to just justify this fucking nonsense.
We have talked about modernism being defined by 3 things: minimalism, meta-awareness, and depicting contemporary life in the machines. I will say one thing about this ballet: it certainly hits all 3. It inverts the lofty ballet by making it about something street level and vulgar, like vaudeville performances and Chinese musicians.
It's like an opera about a punk show.
Yes. Yeah, kind of. Yeah, kind of. That's actually a pretty good analogy.
2 for 2 tonight.
It definitely depicts contemporary life by showing the city as a concrete jungle, with some circus performers being the only things that provide color. And whatever
those were the days.
Yeah, I know. And whatever the fuck that horse is supposed to be, the ballet is certainly aware of itself.
Yeah.
I'll give it that.
Yeah, there's self-awareness here.
So Picasso became an overnight celebrity in Paris because of this. His friends in the avant-garde all thought he would have a moment in the spotlight and then go back to starving like them. So they'd say, this shows you right for selling out.
Just like a Lady Gaga situation.
Yes. But this is the post-World War I period, and people are looking for new cultural products that won't remind them of the war. And a bunch of the Americans, including the ones we just spent the first hour talking about, think that this stuff is just the epitome of European sophistication.
Wow. Okay, things are starting to line up now.
More importantly, though, this is the age of airplanes and telegraphs and transatlantic cables and broadcast media. For the first time, a cultural figure can be something akin to the modern conception of a celebrity. And Picasso, the guy who just does anatomically incorrect paintings, he becomes so famous that it's not just that people want to invite him to their cocktail parties. People start asking him for his opinion on geopolitical issues. That's where that starts.
Call up Tolkien.
Well, I said there were 2 people who got famous because of this ballet. And the other one was composer Erik Satie. If you have some appreciation for classical music, you'll know that he wrote the Gymnopédie, which translates as the Naked Dances, which is not exactly the vibe you get from listening to that piece. It's actually quite simple and mellow. It's not some symphony with the horns blasting. It actually conjures up the image of a walk in the park. So why does it have the name The Naked Dances?
Marketing purposes?
Well, you have to understand one thing about this guy, and you can tell this just from looking at him. He's Paris's answer to Larry David.
Yeah, I didn't want to say it, but homie looks like he maybe wears a small hat sometimes.
I don't think he is. I think he's half British, half French, but he is just a complete spurg and misanthrope.
Is it like a Benjamin Disraeli situation?
That might be.
His
I don't
family
know.
had converted because it's like.
I'm not going to say no. I'm just going to say I don't know.
We check his
early life. He's just a spurg. He's a total misanthrope who can't let anything slide. So he would write strongly worded letters to critics who would give him bad reviews. He's that type.
He's functionally Semitic.
You know, he found some modest success, but for most of his life, he needed to supplement his income by playing at cabarets. And he was known for making music that was very simple and straightforward, which often had ridiculous titles like The Naked Dances. Among the more silly titles he had, The Three Distinguished Waltzes for a Jaded Dandy, Things Seen Right to Left Without Glasses,
Okay.
and Fanfare for Waking Up the Big Fat King of the Monkeys.
This is like a stream of consciousness situation.
Why did he do it? It's because it was a thinly veiled swipe at some of his contemporaries like Debussy, who he thought took themselves a little too seriously.
So he's like a Weird Al.
Yeah. He says, you're going to take yourself too seriously with these titles? I'll show you to take yourself seriously. So he's already well into his 50s when Cocteau taps him for the ballet. Cocteau wanted music that was simple enough to hear mechanical sounds like typewriters and sirens in the background.
So like Trent Reznor. I want industrial sounds.
Again, this is where it starts.
Oh, jeez.
We're stuck in the 20s. This is,
Yeah.
we've spent the last 6 months going over this. We're stuck in the 20s.
Yep.
In true Parisian artiste manner, Cocteau's ballet was successful, but he was still going to write a diatribe about how the public just doesn't get it.
You are all too stupid. It's like, you a bull. It's like you're all too stupid to appreciate my movie.
Well, his essay is called "The Cock and the Harlequin."
So that would be
Like
the best.
the rooster, not the
I'm
not the
just saying,
sexual
If
slang.
you're looking for a name for a gay bar, there you go. Like this is fate.
Yeah,
Basically.
the cock and the harlequin.
Yep.
Yeah. Look, that I'm sure there is there. At least, I'm sure there has been a gay bar called "The Cock and the Harlequin" at some point.
Yeah, there better have been. That's just a wasted opportunity.
I have said many times that there are so few people whose opinions actually matter when it comes to setting taste that they could all fit into a room. And it's not hard to trace ideas because when one person has enough cultural capital to set the trend with the artists and more importantly with the buyers, every other artist is soon going to be following him to stay relevant.
Yep. Darwinian.
The guy who literally elevated Pablo Picasso and Eric Satie to celebrity status is one of that select few. So when he writes the essay, when he writes The Cock and the Harlequin, it's at least a decent snapshot into the attitudes of certain circles in 1918 Paris.
Okay.
I think a lot of the essay is hot air, and he hits every cliche imaginable when he talks about his ballet, including saying that he knows the public would have appreciated it more if he had just dumbed it down, but I just had to deliver the art as it was.
Yeah, I could see some dipstick in Lee's Palace in the Annex 2008 saying that.
Yeah. Now, in Cocteau's defense, when he's not stroking his own ego about his ballet, about Chinese acrobats, he does talk about art in the abstract, and I have to say, I am largely sympathetic to most of his ideas.
There we go. I'm surprised.
Yeah, look, we've been talking about art for a year now, and I've said over and over and over again that art is a term that is never really all that well defined, even though we all intuitively grasp what art is. The concept of the artist that's distinct from the artisan, it enters the lexicon in the 1760s when paint and marble are so expensive that nobody can be an artist unless he's part of an academy. Sure, you could be a portraitist, but that's more of a skilled trade than a lofty intellectual pursuit like an artist.
Like the guy who photographs your birthday or whatever.
Yeah, exactly. Now that's fine until the 1870s when paint materials become cheap enough for bohemians with a bit of hustle to start making art in their own way. And then, as we have beaten to death in the last 15 hours or so of our material here, art, which was already a tenuous concept, fractured into so many different directions that the word didn't really mean anything anymore. In Russia, Malevich was painting a black square, and the Bolsheviks said that their research had determined that art was now over. In Germany, Bauhaus said that art is now about making prototypes for factories and project houses.
So German.
In Britain, you had the arts and crafts movement, which tried to break down the distinction between art and artisan. And by the turn of the century, there was Art Nouveau, where art almost had a connotation of the whole building, of designing the whole building. And most famously in New York City, Marcel Duchamp stuck a urinal into an art gallery, called it Fountain, and asked, but what truly is art anyway? And this is to say nothing of whatever the fuck passes for art now.
Yeah.
So, do we just give up and say, well, art is meaningless, let's call it a day and go home? Well, before we use that option, before we press the red button, we have to look at Paris in the 20s because that's where the narrative lives. And this essay, The Cock and the Harlequin, written in 1918, right at the end of World War I, talks about art in terms that are basically exactly what you would think. It's not just painting and sculpture, but it also includes poetry and literature and ballet, music, opera, all that stuff. In fact, none of the other definitions of art that we've looked at up to this point would have included music, poetry, ballet, and opera. So, once again, proving that we are stuck about 1923, our entire concept of what art ought to be is just this concept from the early 20s in Gay Paris. And again, I'm quite sympathetic to Cocteau's theories about why modernism should be a version of art that is more minimal and have less extraneous decoration. You know, we can argue all day long about the point of painting in a world with photography, or whether painting became simpler because paint is now cheap enough for anyone to buy, a couple tubes of it, set up an easel, and crank out a painting in a couple of hours. But Cocteau gives quite a compelling argument. He says that if Louis XIV were to show up in an Entrée Royale, the big parade, he would not be showing up in an opulent parade with hundreds of people in a procession. He would be showing up in a fancy steam-powered machine. Or if you fast-forwarded a couple of decades, he'd be showing up in a luxury sports car.
Like an Arab prince.
Well, exactly. If anything, since there's now a large bourgeois middle class, the over-the-top opulence of a gigantic parade would almost seem like a social climber trying too hard.
Yeah, I see that.
So Cocteau argues that since things are naturally smaller in the current age, art should be smaller as well. I have some sympathy for that argument. I'm not saying I agree with it, I'm just saying it sure as hell makes a lot more sense than Lotus Kang or whatever else we've been looking at. He also says that it's a natural response to the culture getting obsessed with Wagner around the turn of the century.
Obviously.
Well, and in the mid-century.
Yeah.
Wagner is a technical genius, but does his ring cycle really need to be 4 operas that are all multi-hours? Sure, people who are impressed by technical virtuosity, they'll be impressed by 20 different endings to an opera.
Yeah.
But
like
from
Lord of the Rings.
Yeah. Well, from an artistic point of view, do you need more than one ending?
No. And the longer you drag it out, the more people you're gonna lose.
Well, in Cocteau's pretentious French way, he says, sure, the people might appreciate simple works less than the big, grandiose Wagnerian operas, but the real artists are going to appreciate the simple stuff more, and that's what really matters, right? Again, I'm not saying I agree or disagree, but for the first time, after like a year of digging into all this shit, I'm finally reading something that at least is a coherent argument.
Yeah.
So there you have it. Our concept of art comes out of this time and place in Paris where people who are skilled at certain creative disciplines feel qualified to comment on works in certain other creative disciplines. And that set of creative disciplines, poetry, literature, ballet, music, etc., that set of disciplines is collectively known as art. Of course, Cocteau, he has a low opinion of certain other creative endeavors, most specifically theater, thinking that it's vulgar and needs to impress the audience too much. So
he's right.
Yeah, no, he's not wrong. Hence, he writes his ballet unpolluted by the need to impress the hoi polloi. He's not saying that all theater is bad. He even says that some of it is art, but he clearly doesn't hold it in very high esteem. Cocteau says that he can have some appreciation for spectacles, which are not art, but spectacles are things like the circus, the music hall, the American Negro Orchestra. I'm not saying jazz, I'm saying American Negro Orchestra because that's a term he used. And quite frankly, it's the more honest term.
Yeah, that's fair.
The circus, the music hall, and the American Negro Orchestra, which excite the masses and definitely have a life force, but they're more like a machine or a majestic animal than something that provokes thought.
Like pro-red, yeah.
His words, not mine, about the American Negro Orchestras being more like a zoo exhibit. Draw your own conclusions, people. He thinks his ballet is thought-provoking because it inverts the dynamic and shows one of these vulgar spectacles on an artistic stage. Take that for what it's worth. But it's hard not to be sympathetic with his ideas about what art ought to be, especially in the age of the machines. I'll give you a list of some of his examples that I found compelling. He said that art is getting simpler and less ornamented because it's becoming refined. Yeah, I can get behind that. Art is science made flesh, which is just such a 1920s opinion.
Yeah.
A masterpiece is like checkmate at the end of a game of chess. You can't just be technically proficient. You need to go in for the kill shot.
Okay.
Just think of the girl who takes every creative writing workshop but has nothing to say.
Has no portfolio.
Yeah. Even if she tries to write something, she writes about having writer's block or something.
And if she doesn't, it's fan fiction.
Yeah.
There's all these people, with voluminous fan fiction that have no original works. No,
and they all have like masters in fine arts from Yale. Yeah. That's the best part of it.
It's like freaking Sonichu.
The source of the river usually disagrees with the river's course, which I'm sure he would agree with if he saw the direction that modern art has taken. The artist is the guy who travels by car while his followers travel by bus. Again, it's the 20s, so cars and buses are something new. That's a very 20s analogy, but you can kind of see it. If a work of art seems ahead of its time, that means that it's of its time. Like that's like Confucius level shit, but he has a point.
Like the iPhone.
Emotion doesn't matter if it comes from sentimental blackmail. That one is definitely true in the age where you're expected to care that such and such movie is only the 17th to be directed by a woman of color. Says you can't get art from emotional blackmail.
Yep. I always assumed that people who make art are monsters.
Yes.
Because that's been my experience with creatives. So.
He says, despise the man who wants to be applauded, but also despise the man who wants to be booed. Again, that's fairly apropos of the age of the pile of trash that starts a conversation or challenges us to think.
Yep.
This is the famous Renaissance painting, Botticelli's The Birth of Venus. Cocteau says, truth does not excite man because it's too naked, and the analogy he uses is that she's covering her snatch in this painting. Truth would be if she put her hand anywhere else, but nobody wants to see that. Again, in its own vulgar way, I actually kind of get it.
Censorship.
You need to have a certain artistic elite to stop art from becoming prostitution. Again, look at what art has become. I can't disagree with it.
Yeah, absolutely.
In fact, a lot of art is now literally prostitution. Look at OnlyFans.
Yeah.
What do they call it when they go on each other's OnlyFans? Collaboration? Yeah.
I'm an OnlyFans model. Do you model your vagina?
He also says that it's a great tragedy when art is admired because it's misunderstood. Just look at every English prof who tells you to look at old literature through a gender lens or a colonial lens or whatever. You might as well be vandalizing the art when you do that.
Complete fucking bullshit. If things have survived from antiquity and still have some meaning for us, that's really special because it says something about the human condition.
Yeah.
But no, let's fucking throw some, trite fucking simplifying filter on it. King Lear was a man. It's just, what did Hitchens say? He says it turns any loud idiot into a master analyst.
Well, speaking of that, in the age of Beyonce, he says that we are tolerant of bad music in a way that we wouldn't tolerate bad smells.
That's fair.
Okay. Again, he has a lot of good points. He spends a lot of time ripping on the Germans and says they just don't have any artistic discernment, which is probably him just taking a victory lap for the war.
Yeah.
That said, Cocteau also says some things that I disagree with about art. For example, he says, don't hedge your bets. Like, buddy, it's painting and ballet. You can hedge your bets.
Yeah, you have to. What if the show fails?
He says the public wants to understand and then feel. Like, no. The public wants sentimentalism.
Yeah.
The public absolutely wants to feel. And he also tells a story of an unsophisticated woman who thinks that Monet's painting of a cathedral looks like a melting ice cream cone. This one right here.
Yeah, I can see it.
He says she's right, but she's not knowledgeable enough to make a claim like that. No, Jean. She can say it looks like melting ice cream if she wants.
Yep.
Now, I've been tearing apart old books, primary documents, criticism, and philosophy. Most of them talk about painting and sculpture in metaphysical terms, but the concept of art just seems extraneous most of the time. Why talk about art when you can just talk about painting? Even the Impressionists, supposedly the linchpin in the art history narrative, referred to themselves as artistic painters, not artists. I've also watched a lot of YouTube videos of pretentious professors talking about these hideous structures as if they're something profound, and they all seem to be Karen the woman with opinions or Lester the soy boy who has far too much of a swagger.
These are the people we've abandoned the arts to.
Yep. Well, again, Lester the soy boy acts as if he's making sacrifices for the greater good. Like, if people are duct taping bananas to walls with your blessing, you have failed the greater good.
Yeah. You're a propagandist for bullshit, homie. You're not an academic.
Well, but the thing is, both Karen and Lester just take it as given that they understand capital A art, and they just almost pity you for not getting it. After all, they are spiritual descendants of the Puritans, and they're part of the elect. And if you don't end up seeing the genius in contemporary art in the bananas duct taped to walls, I guess you were just predestined to be a reprobate.
Yeah, we're not enlightened enough.
Now, I've gone back, I've read all the crazy manifestos. And, they all sound like the ramblings of a stoner thinking he's reached some sort of enlightenment. I do sympathize with some of them I don't. I think I gave the Futurist Manifesto a fair review. I said that it contained some reasonable ideas, even if it was reading far too much profundity into Eurotrash speeding and crashing his car. But those manifestos, they almost defined art negatively. Sure, Michelangelo may have been art at one point, but this is the 20th century. And the 20th century demands something new and sophisticated. Whatever that definition is, I don't know, but the manifesto says art needs to move on from that good stuff and needs to be something completely different moving forward. It's like a negative definition. When I read The Cock and the Harlequin, I was struck by two things. First, he has a lot of antipathy towards the public. France.
Yeah.
In fact, he has a little too much antipathy towards the public. The lady doth protest too much. The over-the-top performative antipathy is just clearly an attempt to justify some sort of tenuous social position, like a hipster stressing his indie cred. He's signaling to somebody, but who is he signaling to? The second thing that stood out to me about that polemic is just how much I agreed with it. In fact, I think I may have agreed a little too much. After a year of ripping apart all these documents, trying to figure out just what the fuck art even means, I came across this document that talks about a small group of Paris intellectuals. They're not aristocrats, they're not academicians, but they're doing painting, sculpture, music, literature, poetry, theater, whatever. And Paris's relatively new bourgeois class will patronize these people's creative output if they want to feel cultured. And every once in a while, a painter and a musician will collaborate to decorate a theater for a ballet or an opera. Or maybe a playwright will come out with a new play and ask a sculptor to build sets to achieve his vision. And they have a word for this collection of activities where people from different disciplines collaborate to build this creative milieu that is bougie as shit, but at least has pretenses of intellectualism, and that word is art. So this puts us in a bit of an awkward spot, because the name of this series that we've spent literally a year on at this point is How Art Got Ugly. And how do we even answer that question when our idea of art is just what you would have seen in post-World War I Paris? Because I promise you, if you look at art in any time and place other than Paris in 1922, the definition of the word doesn't quite match up. If you go back in time farther than that, it has connotations of aristocrats getting portraits or academies selling paintings to their salons. And if you go forward in time, you have dictators explicitly looking for propagandists, or you have directors of the Museum of Modern Art popping boners every time they use the word abstraction, or you have professors running interference for a bunch of no-talent hacks and calling it concept art.
And money launderers.
Yep. So after all this exposition, all this research, we finally have the framework from which we can tell the story. We have finally found this elusive concept of art, which we've been trying to pin down since episode 1. Or have we? You see, this is the moment in the X-Files where Scully is talking to the guy at the farmhouse, and she picks up a subtle mistake. Maybe he says something that he's not supposed to know. Maybe he uses a word which people from Arkansas don't tend to use. I don't know.
Profundity.
Well, maybe he isn't who he lets on, or maybe he isn't what he lets on. Because something's wrong here. Since when has art ever been confined to just one city?
Yeah.
That doesn't make sense. Verdi wrote 3 operas about Shakespeare, Othello, Falstaff, and Macbeth. Baudelaire made Edgar Allan Poe famous. The British loved the writings of Jules Verne, and Oscar Wilde was an international celebrity. The whole continent succumbed to Wagner mania around the turn of the century. Since the Rococo movement, artistic ideas tended to spread through intellectual circles from one end of Europe to the other. We talked last time about the arts and crafts movement in 1880s England, which inspired some version of Art Nouveau in most cities across Europe in the 1900s. Maybe you could say that Paris was such a cultural beacon that everybody looked to it, but that doesn't work either, because there's only one city that can dictate taste at this point in time, and that's London. London has the arts and crafts movement. London has Edwardian eclecticism, and neither one of those things is what we associate with capital A art the way we associate it with the 1920s Paris avant-garde. Yeah. So even if we grant this idea that the gears of art got stuck in the 1920s and were stuck in the movie Groundhog Day, Paris is just a little too specific. Something's not right here. The 1920s are very real and they're very organic, but at some point a few decades later, the 20s became the focal point of this art history narrative to the point where every movie that supposedly pushes boundaries is just a rehash of Dada or Surrealism or some modernist novel.
Freaking remixes.
Yeah. Either that or it's like Blade Runner. It's a rehash of Futurism, which came right before the war. But there's an even bigger issue, and that's that we can't forget the last 3 episodes. We're doing Rashomon here. Let's not forget that. These are our last few episodes. Since the 1870s, there have been enough nouveau riche types to support a creative ecosystem outside the formal academies, and the concept of art has been moving in so many different directions. There is no concept that covers everything you see on the screen here, and yet we call it art.
That's weird.
The tent is too big.
Yeah, absolutely.
We're propagandized to associate the word art with whatever is going on in Paris, but I think art may have already been a meaningless concept because there's just too many things going on. There's the arts and crafts movement, which had shifted the focus from painting to creating beautiful rooms and buildings. That's the one in the bottom left. You know, with the handicraft furniture and hand painted wallpaper.
It is the punk rock one.
Yep. And the important thing about the arts and craft movement is that it specifically wanted to avoid anything that was industrially manufactured. But on the other side of that spectrum, you had Bauhaus leaning into the factory prototypes and mass production, building some very, very plain living spaces, saying that it's going to produce utopia because it will solve worker housing shortages. That's the one in the top left. I think I said last time that if this is the house of the future, you know, I never expected utopia to be so boring.
No. Boring and bungalowy. And, ugh.
Yeah, in Russia, Rodchenko said that hundreds of hours of research had led him to the scientific conclusion that painting a canvas all one color was the end of art, and he was now doing something better called constructivism. And you see in the middle there, whatever the fuck that thing is, tied to a wall.
I guess in the ashes of the revolution, you just use whatever rebels around.
And before the revolution.
Yeah, fair. It's Eastern Europe.
Since when have they had money?
Yeah, good point.
And in New York, Duchamp submitted a urinal to an art show and got publications to comment on it, saying, but what really is art anyway? So this is the broader state of art, and it goes a lot wider than a small group of eccentrics in Paris. So a snapshot of 1920s Paris somehow became this artificially constructed cultural milieu that we've been stuck in for a century. And part of it is that broadcast media was relatively new. So like I said, Picasso achieved some level of celebrity, and his persona could be blasted into all countries in the same way with the same messaging. You never had that before. But that still doesn't answer the question, why Paris specifically? Because for some reason, it just happened. And, you know, spoilers, it's not unrelated to the group of American expats who somehow became synonymous with American arts and letters in the 20s.
Because of exchange rates.
It is worth it to take a broader look at what's going on in the City of Lights in the 20s. So to answer the first question above, why is Cocteau making sure to insult the public? We have to ask who he's trying to signal to. I do try to keep these episodes self-contained, even if they're long. But 27 hours in, we do need to occasionally call back. And originally, art, or whatever we think of as art, took place in the courts of nobles and the houses of aristocrats. And then in the 18th century, the focus shifted to the academies and the salons, where you would be one of these anointed academicians who would showcase his work and hopefully land a huge commission from the church, a state, or a noble. And then you'd be part of the board who decided who gets to be the next generation of academicians, which I'm sure was totally ethical and above board in all ways.
With no essay. No. Minimal essay.
But in the 1840s, Gustave Courbet changed the game because this was the age of industrialization. Go back to our third episode if you want to see this. There were enough nouveau riche people for a painter with hustle to stage his own shows and to find his own patrons. And who are those patrons going to be? Well, even though Courbet probably never heard of Karl Marx in his life, he was a contemporary. And Marx was far from the only intellectual writing about the disconnect between people's labor in the factory and the paychecks they took home. That's not to say that all of the intellectuals were a bunch of lazy communists like Karl Marx. Far from it. Many intellectuals in the 1840s were as capitalist as it comes, but they still wrote about the masses losing their sense of meaning in a factory city. 20th century academics, they all loved to act like Marx was the only person with the clarity of vision to write about this issue. He wasn't.
Gets glazed.
Yeah. It's not just that he gets glazed, it's like 20th century academics, at least the second half of the 20th century, you know, if you weren't a Marxist, you were a Philistine.
Yep.
So Marx was not the only person to write about this stuff. Gustave Courbet was not just writing about it, he saw it as an opening in the market.
Wow.
Because if all these bourgeois people have extra money to spend and it's intellectually in vogue to criticize the system, there are bound to be a group of bourgeois types who want to get intellectual credibility by performative self-loathing.
Self-flagellation.
You know, if there's a hole in the market, somebody fills it.
Yeah.
And Courbet was going to talk about what absolute scum the bourgeoisie were, hoping to sell his work to some of the self-loathing ones.
Yeah. It's a bold strategy, Cotton.
And it worked.
Why, and it paid off.
He got a marketing boost when he was championed by Pierre-Joseph Proudhon, the father of anarchism. So like I said, everything is stuck.
He's right. We are horrible.
Proudhon is the guy who came up with the expression property is theft.
Oh, God. It's come back into vogue.
Well, it never left. We're just on an auto loop.
Yeah, makes sense.
Even in my adult life, the self-loathing bourgeois is the standard business model.
Yeah.
Creatives would decry rich bourgeois people all day long and then make sure to live in a loft apartment that is still within walking distance of the most bougie neighborhood in town.
Yeah. And you know who really, really hates bourgeois? The kids of the bourgeois.
Oh, yeah. Well, I think one picture sums it up. This is Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez at the Met, and I think that's some black pop singer. I can't remember who she is. And the servants are wearing COVID masks as they hold up their dresses.
Yeah. It's Jessica Williams.
Yeah. Well, this is the thing. I'm sure she's a self-loathing bourgeois person talking about how bourgeois people are scum while she's telling the Mexican to not take off the COVID mask while he holds up her dress.
Don't breathe on me. I can only imagine. Like, I don't know AOC, but I know waitresses.
Yeah.
And yeah, she's a waitress. Just don't turn your back.
Well, you can't see the back of her dress. It says tax the rich on it.
Oh,
that's the best part. Also, like, let's worry about your relationship with the poor. Let's worry about your relationship with the guy holding up your dress.
Yeah. Also, I don't want to be lectured on colonialism by someone with the last name Cortez.
Mm. Yep.
A light-skinned Hispanic named Cortez.
So, to be clear, we know exactly when the transition took place because Charles Baudelaire wrote an ode to the bourgeoisie for the 1846 Salon. So there's no ambiguity over when the transition of art from the aristocracy to the bourgeoisie happened. Baudelaire was giving them a backhanded compliment about how, yeah, you don't understand art, but we appreciate your money and keep it alive. This only really changed in the 2010s. Like Baudelaire wrote that in 1846. It finally changes in the 2010s when, due to technology, creative types could go out and live in the sticks and sell their work over the internet.
Yep.
That is the first time in like 170 years that the artistic model changed.
Wow.
From telling bourgeois people how much you hate them and how they're scum and just buy my art.
To just fucking...
Artists would occasionally go spend some time in an art colony, or in the case of Vincent van Gogh, move out to the country thinking he would start an art colony.
He kept marrying prostitutes. They couldn't just leave him in the city. There's less prostitutes for him to marry in the country.
Other than these weirdos who spend a couple years on art colonies, can you name any notable artists who live differently? Gauguin. He sold everything to go live in Tahiti and then come back to Paris and walk around with a pet monkey and his oriental concubine who stole from him.
There we go.
I think he was in the hospital when his oriental concubine just robbed him blind. Go back and watch that episode as well. Then he went back to the South Seas and died in disease and poverty.
There we go. That's like a true artist.
Yeah, well, when he was thinking of returning, his art dealer friend sent him a letter saying, to paraphrase Marcellus Wallace in Pulp Fiction, "When you gone, you stay gone." Gauguin was really the only guy not to live the cliche urban bohemian lifestyle, and his later years were a train wreck. So when Cocteau wrote The Cock and the Harlequin in 1918, his antipathy towards the public was just the standard marketing strategy. I hate you people. I think you people are scum. And if you want to prove that you're not too bourgeois, you can start by appreciating my art.
Okay. You want to be one of the good ones? Buy my shit.
Remember that the academy and the salons are still going on across town. The rich people are still buying the fancy paintings. And Cocteau was just trying to appeal to the middle class person who wants to prove that he's sophisticated.
I just realized that that's what Jello Biafra did to me.
Yeah.
Hey, middle class kid, you hate your parents? Give me some money.
You talked about that. Which episode? That was one of the punk side stories, right?
I met Jello Biafra. He hit me up for money to sue his bandmates.
We talk about that in one of our Night Watch episodes. I can't remember which one. You should be watching them all.
Oh, thanks.
If you want to be one of the good fans, you'll listen to them all.
Yeah, if you don't,
Otherwise, you're scum bourgeoisie.
Yeah, exactly. If you want to redeem yourselves, you can listen to those stories. If you want.
So Cocteau is trying to appeal to the middle class person who wants to prove he's sophisticated. And that's why he said that it's not good enough to hate Monet's cathedral paintings just because they look ugly. Your disdain needs to come from an educated standpoint of art appreciation.
It's like something a Scientologist would say.
Well, Cocteau, he was not just some aristocrat slumming it like Toulouse-Lautrec was. His dad was a lawyer, and while he did grow up socially prominent, he knew full well that if he got kicked out of certain social circles in Paris, he was in a lot of trouble. Yeah. He would have to get a real job.
They hate that.
So who were these social circles? What was the lay of the land in Parisian society at the end of the Great War? We talked in an earlier episode about Camille Pissarro, who was one of the Impressionists. But more importantly, we also talked about him when we talked about post-impressionism in the 1880s, 1890s. And it seemed like everybody crossed paths with this guy at some point. Was he an old aristocrat? No, he was a Jewish kid whose dad ran a textile company in the Virgin Islands.
Like the Beastie Boys kids.
Yeah. Well, on the side of his painting career, and probably when he needed some extra money, he would get it by doing family business stuff involving importing and exporting.
Nothing ever changes.
This guy was basically the glue that held together two generations of a loose group of artists in Montmartre. He was certainly business-minded because even though he was an impressionist, when Impressionism went out of style, he was the first to hop right aboard the next bandwagon, which was Pointillism. But after Pissarro got old and passed away, that mantle went to a poet named Guillaume Apollinaire.
Okay, hello, Frodo Baggins.
Yeah, I couldn't put my finger on who he looked like. You're absolutely right.
Maybe more,
Just got a little more buccal fat in the face, but
if he had a kid with Sam.
Now, a lot of the facts of this guy's life are unknown, but he had mixed heritage and he changed his name to something more French sounding to fit in with Paris's arts community. So we have absolutely no idea about his ethnic background on his mother's side.
Oh, I got an idea.
Also, he had a really dysfunctional family upbringing that caused his parents to move from city to city, especially after his father killed himself. Now, he was very secretive about his father's identity. And to be clear, some research has shown that his father may have been the fucked up kid of an Italian or a Swiss aristocratic family. But little Wilhelm de Kostrovitsky, that was his name,
holy shit,
was raised by his Eastern European mother, who ended up falling in love with an Alsatian gambler and moving to Monaco so he could gamble in Monte Carlo.
This sounds like an analogy or a metaphor that Hunter S. Thompson would use.
Also, he had a quieter, more respectable brother who worked as a banker, so this guy's ethnic background is completely a mystery.
I'm drawing a blank. We'll never know. It's been lost to history, guys.
But it also fits nicely into the cosmopolitan mythos of turn-of-the-century Paris, because, they wanted to be an international city.
Yeah. You leave the gate open.
Well, around the turn of the century, he ended up filling the role left in Paris's avant-garde when Pissarro, the Jewish merchant, aged out. He became the new guy who you just wanted to know if you wanted the connections to make it in a creative career.
It's the Harvey Weinstein
Yes.
of his day. Okay.
He was the guy, for example, who introduced Picasso to Braque.
Wow.
Also at one point, he ended up getting accused of stealing the Mona Lisa. So he's like Kramer from Seinfeld. He's just the guy who knows everybody and who always seems to just happen to be around when shit goes down. So he's like, yeah, he's Kramer from Seinfeld.
Horseshoes up his ass. Just fine.
We talked about how one of the self-defining characteristics of modernism is playing with the form in a self-aware way. He wrote a collection of poetry called Alcoves. Of course, he calls it alcohols.
Yeah, I was going to say.
He did things like removing punctuation, jumping around in time, breaking meters, playing around with typography, spacing. Another characteristic of modernism was being aware of the industrialized world, and the most famous poem from this collection, called Zone, was about being in a world where even the cars are starting to feel old. And this was before the war. This is like 1912 that he wrote that.
It's already civilization fatigue.
So in this poem, he was looking forward to seeing what changes society was on the precipice of, not realizing that those changes would come in the form of World War I.
Surprise!
You see the illustration on the left, that is done by his friend Picasso.
Nice.
So again, he is just the mover and shaker. He's not necessarily the famous artist himself, but he's the one who knows all the famous artists.
The Forrest Gump.
Yes. Yeah, the Forrest Gump was always in the room, yeah.
So you don't piss these people off, guys. They network.
Well, exactly. Yeah, like he knows everybody, but he also seems to have a facade up all the time, so it is actually quite hard to know what details of his life are real and what are fake. But after he died, people looked into his life, and while a lot of the details are still to this day shrouded in mystery, it at least seems like this whole weird collection of poems was him talking honestly about his romantic troubles and his anxiety and his legal issues. Like, it's a mystery what his background is. And just think about that for a second. We said that this period in time and space, modernist Paris, seems to have been completely frozen and turned into our platonic ideal of what art is. Well, part of that is caused by the growth of the university system in the mid-century, because by the time the boomers were being shuffled into universities to get trained for paper-pushing jobs, one of the ways to get a PhD when it actually conferred status was to dig into the life and times of somebody who was famous in Paris during the 20s. And that's why so many of these people ended up on the Jeopardy list, while nobody cares about Gypsy Joe who moved to Amsterdam and became a hustler there. So this guy was the man to know in Paris when the war broke out. He was the man with all the connections, and he was still in his mid-30s. He was relatively young. Then he became a war hero when he took a piece of German shrapnel to the head while serving as an artillery officer, so he was poised to be a national icon for decades to come. Only there was one little wrinkle here.
Shrapnel.
No, it's not the shrapnel. It's a little case of the sniffles you may have heard of called the Spanish flu.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, when you look at 1920s Paris, whether you're looking at the Dadaists, the Surrealists, Picasso, whatever, you need to realize one thing. A lot of these notable names are just people who happened to be in the orbit of Guillaume Apollinaire when he died. And, they get a few years to shine in the spotlight. But the 1920s are a time when art takes a completely different role in society, and a lot of creative energy becomes directed less at beautiful things and more towards materialistic endeavors like politics and revolution and verbally filleting Sigmund Freud.
Yeah, they still love Freud.
By the time that another man steps in to wear the mantle of the leader of Parisian bourgeois intellectualism, it's already the 1940s, and that is a philosopher, that's Sartre.
Oh, bad time for Paris.
Yeah. You had Pizarro in the late 19th century, you had Sartre in the 40s. This guy was kind of playing that role during World War I, but the Spanish flu left a bit of a vacuum. So to put Apollinaire in his proper place in the story, let's go back to Cocteau and his ballet, the one which made Picasso a star in Parisian high society. It premiered in 1917, and Apollinaire was the one who wrote the program for it. And in this program, he coins a completely new word that will become extremely important in a different branch of Paris's avant-garde a few years after he dies. This new alliance, I say new because until now scenery and costumes were linked only by factitious bonds, has given rise, in Parade, to a kind of surrealism, which I consider to be the point of departure for a whole series of manifestations of the new spirit that is making itself felt today, and that will certainly appeal to our best minds. We may expect it to bring about profound changes in our arts and manners throughout universal joyfulness, for it is only natural, after all, that they keep pace with scientific and industrial progress. There you have it. Our entire concept of art hinges on the well-connected bohemian who wrote the program for one fucking ballet.
Talk about a cultural bottleneck.
Yes. And like I said, he came up with the word surrealism.
We're still humping that rock.
Yeah. But he also came up with another term in there called the new spirit. A lot of art in Paris in the 20s, after he dies of the Spanish flu, is going to be a bunch of these insufferable bohemians saying, I am the true heir apparent to Apollinaire's new spirit. I wish I were making that up. Oh, no. This is going to be the next several hours.
Little hipster from Holy Roman Empire.
I guess we have to ask ourselves why the fuck one ballet mattered so much. First of all, I mentioned before that it was for the Russian ballet, the Ballet Russe. Now, in Paris, as in most places, ballet had been a cultural activity in heavy decline. In fact, it had really been at its peak in the 1830s. This is the 1920s. In Russia, though, the imperial ballet was still one of their national jewels, at least before the revolution. And Russia, for centuries, has had two factions of cultural elites. Some have wanted to get closer to the intellectual traditions of Western Europe, whereas some have wanted to lean into their own Russian culture with its Eastern mysticism and its sadistic treatment of gopniks. And this schism keeps rearing its head as leaders like Catherine the Great and the Bolsheviks have come down on one side, while Peter the Great and Vladimir Putin come down on the other.
Yep.
Diaghilev is the guy who founds the Russian ballet, and he's kind of hard to place. He is clearly proud of the traditional Russian culture. He spends his life staging operas and art shows in the West, but he's also not afraid of modernism and experimenting with doing things in a new way. He founds the Ballet Russe in 1909 as an itinerant dance company, but it's based in Paris. After Russia changes management in 1917 to a group that's a little more, let's say, hostile to tradition and dissent, independent thought, anything like that, he decides that he's going to steer clear of the place, but he's still going to recruit all the best talent from before the revolution. So as a result of having so much top talent for a few years, he almost single-handedly revived interest in ballet and served as the cultural ambassador for Russian culture. So for the 1910s and 1920s, the Ballet Russe, the Russian ballet, it's a cultural icon of a specific time and place. Kind of like Motown in the 1970s or Miramax in the 2000s. If you contributed to the Ballet Russe, you were as famous as if you were a Golden Age Hollywood persona. Like, it was that important. Now, if you're trying to get on Jeopardy, if you're not sure what composers and ballet personalities to study, just look at who was associated with the Ballet Russe, and you will know literally everybody who they ever talk about on Jeopardy.
Wow.
But perhaps most famously, it was the staging ground for Stravinsky's more experimental ballets. I mentioned earlier The Rite of Spring. Another one that made some waves was The Firebird, which was based on Russian folklore. In our second episode, we looked at the list of the most famous French composers, and we noted just how many of them lived and worked around the turn of the 20th century, like Ravel, Debussy, these people. They're notable in large part because they were associated with the Russian ballet.
Okay.
Like, even Coco Chanel, who we associate with the perfume, she designed costumes for the Russian ballet.
So it's just like Joe Rogan? There's
Yes,
all the eyes,
yes.
all the eyes are on
Yes.
this guy? Okay.
So Diaghilev, he was a huge deal in his day, and if you could convince him, or more importantly his investors, to do your weird theatrical productions, and if they were a success, you had made it.
Okay.
Ballet was a dying medium, but as it turns out, when people are good at a creative activity and there's genuine inspiration behind it, it uplifts people. Unfortunately, a lot of contemporary art lacks that raw talent or creative energy, but again, ballet was already seen as old and stuffy, kind of the way it's seen now. It just took one virtuoso ballet company to become culturally important again.
Wow.
The point, though, is just when we talk about Parisian art in the 10s and 20s, it's easy to talk about these weird and wacky creatives in Montparnasse and Montmartre doing, odd things outside the academy. But there are still kingmakers like Apollinaire and Diaghilev, and there are still institutions. Even in the bohemian communities in Paris, they're still working inside the established organizations with established arbiters of taste. And the two venues that could really make or break you as an avant-garde artist, they had both been long established by this point, dating back to the days of post-impressionism. The first was the Salon des Indépendants, or the Salon of the Independents, which was founded by Seurat in 1884. And this was largely responsible for the avant-garde transition from Impressionism to Pointillism. The second one was the Salon d'Automne, or the Autumn Salon, which was formed to rival them in 1903. This was the venue that elevated Fauvism in 1905 and then Cubism in 1911. Go back, watch our 5th episode if you want to see that.
Like the CBGBs of
wacky
art.
Yep. Yeah, it was like CBGB elevating Fauvism and Cubism to the preferred art movement of the day.
Okay.
And every young avant-garde artist needed to prove his chops as a Fauvist and as a Cubist before he was allowed to branch out and do something different. So these two venues were just as important in the 20s as they were in the 1900s. And going back to this essay, The Cock and the Harlequin, it's published in 1918, the year that Apollinaire died. And at that point, it turns into every other fight between people who think that they're the rightful heir to the throne. Mm-hmm. Like I said, Apollinaire had been talking about something called the New Spirit, l'Esprit Nouveau, which, was supposedly embodied by Cubism and what, quote-unquote, real art was supposed to be moving forward and what we now call modernism. Apollinaire dies prematurely because of the Spanish flu. And you have two people claiming to be the actual flag bearer of the New Spirit. One of these men is Cocteau, who Apollinaire had asked to read some of his poems, and more importantly, who Apollinaire had written the program of the ballet for. And the other one of these men had helped Apollinaire organize a famous lecture called The New Spirit and the Poets. So in his opinion, I must be the true steward of the New Spirit, because why else would he have entrusted me with doing this? That man is André Breton, who, if you know a bit of art history, will later become the leader of the Surrealists. Apollinaire had just come up with the word surrealism to describe Cocteau's ballet, so Breton is going to be that asshole who takes the word surrealism. He is that guy.
Wow.
Just that petty. In the last episode, we talked about post-war architecture in Germany and Holland. In these newly minted democracies, politicians needed to start making low-income housing if they wanted votes. Art and architecture had just been freed from the stifling academies and formal institutions. So the creatives were talking about how we were on the precipice of a new golden age of creativity. And what do we get? We get every avant-garde architect calling every other avant-garde architect too bourgeois. And you have a race to the bottom where the winner is the one who makes a house that most resembles a block of concrete. You take away all the rules, you get a race to the bottom. I don't know what it is about human psychology, it just happens that way. And here in Gay Paris, what do we get? According to the narrative, we got complete freedom from the rules, and artists now had the freedom to make anything, unconstrained by the oppressive yoke of convention and stuffy professors. That's the story. Meanwhile, back in reality, you get two main factions of artistes who claim to be the true successor of their dearly departed leader.
Jeez.
Though the words surrealist and new spirit hadn't existed until like 14 minutes before this point. And now Cocteau and Breton and their acolytes are going to start elbowing each other out of the way to prove that they're the real surrealists or the real flag bearers of the New Spirit.
Oh, God. It's religion.
Well, by 1959, 4 fucking decades later, the city unveiled a statue of Apollinaire designed by Picasso, and Cocteau was asked to deliver the speech. So here's a newspaper article about it. Breton showed up to heckle him. They're like old men at this point. If you've ever managed creative people, you know exactly what's going on here. When you give creatives very tight and precise guardrails, they bitch at you a little bit and then they produce something amazing. When you give them free rein to do whatever they want, you get cost overruns, you get backstabbing worthy of Game of Thrones, you usually get a drug habit or two.
Oh, yeah.
You get convoluted explanations for stuff that really shouldn't exist. And worst of all, you get a really mediocre result.
Yeah.
So 1920s Paris's avant-garde splits into two streams, each of whom believes itself to be the true embodiment of Apollinaire. Writings after the fact from the 60s sometimes call this the art faction and the anti-art faction. And I was not able to find any contemporary primary documents that use those terms, but they sum things up pretty well. So I am going to call them the art faction and the anti-art faction, but just realize those terms may be slightly anachronistic here. Cocteau's stream, the art stream, is sometimes called the return to order, but that term is retroactively applied as well. It comes from a collection of essays that Cocteau published in 1926, Le Rappel à l'Ordre, one of which is the Cock and the Harlequin. But contemporaries would have just used the word modern. They wouldn't have used the term return to order or anything like that. They would have just said it's modern. Breton's stream, that's the one that's going to be the much more transgressive and obnoxious stream, which starts off with the Paris branch of the Dada movement and eventually establishes itself as the Surrealists. In my research for unrelated topics, I've read a couple of polemics from the 30s that mention the Dada Surrealist stream using the term spectacle instead of art. If you just want to know how these people are seen outside of the few thousand hipsters who take these people seriously. Because again, lest we forget, one of the reasons that this group, which is the anti-art faction, one of the reasons that this group starts to hate Picasso is because they see him as a sellout for making sets for a mainstream ballet. So you can almost think of these two groups as millennial hipsters and Green Day fans,
Okay.
each of whom thinks the other is LARPing as the real punks.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Picasso is just the aging Gen X punk who with shitty tattoos who thinks they're both ridiculous and laughs at the fact that at the age of 58, he still gets more pussy than both.
Gavin McInnes.
Yes. Yeah, that's actually not a bad... Yeah. Yes, Gavin McInnes kind of is the Picasso. Actually, maybe he's the Apollinaire. I don't know. There's parallels. That's all I'm saying. Like I said, every time you have two ideological factions, human nature tends to apply completely opposite labels to each side. Prohibition leads to the wets and the dries. Abolition leads to the free states and the slave states. This gives us the artists and the anti-artists. I've seen some interviews after the fact of artists saying, yeah, 20 years ago we called ourselves the anti-artists, but I never found any primary documents, so we're dealing with a lot of very unreliable narrators here, but again, like I said, I'm using the term art and anti-art. Those terms may be anachronistic, though. But this whole dynamic, it was parodied centuries in advance when Jonathan Swift wrote Gulliver's Travels and talked about Lilliput having an internecine conflict over whether to crack an egg from the wide end or the narrow end.
Yep.
And the two factions being called the Big Endians and the Little Endians. Yeah, in the 1920s avant-garde, which, again, I remind you is not even the institutional mainstream academies, you have these two factions. They're art and they're anti-art, and there you have it. That's the definition of art that we've been looking for since the first episode. It's not some lofty idea that transcends the beautiful and the sublime and speaks to the human condition. It's one half of a slap fight in Paris in the rubble of World War I.
It's humbling.
Yeah.
It's humbling to find out.
This debunks the whole narrative about art being stuffy and academic until the 20th century when the artists were liberated from the rules and then decided to do whatever weird, abstract, minimalist, ugly stuff they needed to do to make some supposedly profound point. In reality, you have one who wants to do things in a slightly new, modern way, but they want to work within the existing structures like the Russian ballet and the Autumn Salon. And you have the other faction who looks at the Russian Revolution, which closed down all the imperial academies and says, we want that here. They want to tear the whole thing down and build some sort of utopia that none of them can agree upon. The only thing that the anti-art faction really seems to be on the same page about is that they all worship Sigmund Freud and they all worship Leon Trotsky.
Wow.
Just like now.
Yep.
And, as always, when you have a group of revolutionaries who want to overthrow something, you could come up with a word for your side, but that risks having people realize your ideas are retarded.
Yep.
History has shown that it's much better to stick a label on your opposition to make them sound like a bunch of aloof, out of touch, lame, unenlightened troglodytes and dinosaurs. Whether that word is bourgeois, patriarchy, oppression, outdated, racist, colonialism, imperial, privilege, reactionary, even gender binary. Like, these words are all coined by the same group of people to describe their enemies.
Yep.
And the argument always goes the same way. I learned in a university classroom that the people who don't hold my opinions are unenlightened.
Yep.
Whether or not they actually used the term anti-art at the time, it does make some sense because, there's propagandistic reasons for using a negative definition. First of all, when they try to come up with a label for their own side, half the time it sounds completely ridiculous. Like, probably the best example of that is intersectionality. That word is the stupid person's idea of the way philosophers talk.
Yep.
But the other more important reason is just the entropy of taste. Once you stick a label onto your opponents, even if it's a positive label, 10 years later, everybody's going to see that label as passé.
Yeah.
Yeah, so like I said, the word art, it was always tenuous, but from the time of the Impressionists, when there was a big enough market for people to buy and sell paintings outside of the salon system, it was hard to say what was and wasn't art, but it was usually some form of, actually, we are the true stewards of art, whoever we is. But now we see an inversion of that. The communists are the ones who are going to use the word art to describe their enemies. And they're going to call their enemies a bunch of conservatives and reactionaries who are too bourgeois. And let's be very clear here. Their rivals are not conservatives by any stretch of the imagination. Picasso's a communist. But there's nothing a radical hates more than a slightly less radical. And Breton's faction is going to call itself anti-art and anti-bourgeois, at least until it establishes itself as the true steward of this thing called art.
Okay.
So obviously what happened is at some point, and that point is the aftermath of World War II, when the Americans took over the world, that ideology became enshrined in a lot of institutions. Sure, you can still take an art class at the local college and learn how to paint beautiful landscapes, but the institutions, the official stewards of art, they're just going to view you as Bob Ross, a plebe doing your plebe hobby, but not a true artist. So that's the next clue about how art got ugly. Because it's one thing if a few crazy eccentrics in one Paris neighborhood and their patrons think this way. They can be laughed at, but they can also be ignored. At some point, this attitude got institutionalized and scaled up to all of society. And now we live in a world where if you want your art in a fancy gallery, or if you want the commission to build an official art installation, your quote-unquote art needs to be tearing down the old standards of beauty.
Oh, God.
It's a black pill to read this stuff. But it's also a self-tightening knot, because when we think of proper art as being old, beautiful portraits and sculptures and academic scenes of literature and mythology, we are almost playing the foil that Breton's faction wanted us to play. Like, we're the people that the academics want to point at and call unsophisticated. We're Archie Bunker. Their art just keeps getting uglier, and they depend more and more on funding from the arts councils. But they don't care, because they go to bed every night with the satisfaction that they're on the side that the universities and the sophisticated people approve of. Of course, now that the whole university system seems to be losing a lot of status, what happens when a faction starts to lose grip on its power? Well, they tend to flex their muscles even harder.
Like in Syria.
Like in Syria, and also that's the reason why we're seeing statues of fat black women all over the place.
Yeah.
This is the end of something. This is the university system flexing its muscle, saying, you're going to say that we're not important? Oh yeah, we're going to put a fat black woman in your town square. So for the next 2 episodes, we're just going to be looking at these 2 avant-garde factions, who are, again, somewhat anachronistically called art and anti-art. The anti-art faction is André Breton's team,
who will give us the Paris branch of Dada and later on Surrealism. And the art faction is Cocteau's faction, the ones making costumes and sets for the Russian ballet, and the ones who decry the bourgeoisie in one breath, but they're really not looking to upset the apple cart, because at the end of the day, they know where their patronage comes from. But it would be too easy to just say that Cocteau's team, the art guys, were the good ones, and we just bet on the wrong horse when we went with the Dada and the Surrealists.
This is a Clone Wars situation.
Yeah. Again, it would be nice if we could just say we bet on the wrong horse, dust our hands off, and say good riddance, but there's no such luck. Cocteau's faction, it includes Picasso, who did not exactly make beautiful things in any sense of the word. More importantly, in our Rashomon episodes about Russia and Germany, we started introducing architecture into the mix, because that was starting to get ugly as well. And the art side, supposedly the good side, gave us a man named Charles-Edouard Jeanneret, also known as Le Corbusier, who became the king of the concrete cube that looks like the 2001 monolith, the one that completely sucks the life out of any vibrant cityscape. That we'll talk about next time, but we're going to spend the remainder of this episode just talking about the anti-art faction. And for that, we have to talk about a man named Francis Picabia. Sometimes a guy just represents a moment in time, but it doesn't hurt that the guy is born rich and has the ability to promote himself a lot more than some of his colleagues do. He has a rich Cuban father of Spanish descent and a French mother. And when she dies, he inherits a lot of money. He also likes his whores, and he buys a sports car every year. So he's not exactly a starving bohemian. If you don't remember our 4th and 5th episodes about Montmartre, every avant-garde artist goes through the same pattern, and Picabia is no different. They all move to Paris, they all take some art classes, and they all prove their chops by going through the artistic movements.
In Picabia's case, he first does some impressionist paintings in the early 1900s.
So he's hitting all the marks.
Yeah, well, they all do.
That they still hit today.
Yeah.
Yeah, all that they try to hit today, and now they just tape bananas to stuff.
Well, remember, it's in Paris, there's maybe 20 of these people. Like, they all fit into a room, and to be let into the club, you have to prove you can do an impressionist painting. So this is his crack at impressionism. He's not bad. I'd say the guy has more talent than certainly some of even the other impressionists we've looked at here.
It looks nice. There's something going on here. If I got a postcard of this, I'd be very happy.
Yeah.
I think it was a neat postcard.
Yeah, it's just not like from the academies.
Yeah, but he's doing something here. This
Yeah.
is like, there's something going on here. I'm not going to say this is total crap.
He then does this one here. Well, again, he knows how to use color properly, which is, I guess, what Impressionism is supposed to be. It's supposed to give you the impression of the sunset, and that's what it is.
It's very detailed in terms of the little, squiggles.
Yeah. Then he takes a crack at pointillism because, look chronologically, what came first? You had Impressionism, then you had pointillism, and as advertised. Again, this is not bad, but he's clearly playing the greatest hits.
It's like having a glam rock face.
Yeah, he is being obnoxious about showing that he has all the little divisions the same way the Ferris Bueller painting does.
At least he's not singing songs about like gay Martians and silver rocket ships or whatever the heck that whole thing was.
This one here I actually do kind of like. This is post-impressionism. This is like, think about Van Gogh. He used bright colors that were not necessarily realistic, but again, gets the point across.
Yeah.
He's clearly a rich kid with some talent who's going through all the motions that you have to get into the club, and
imagine what this guy could have done if he'd had like proper expectations.
Then
but I do like, I'm going to admit, I do like this too. There's something here, there's something artistic going on.
Yep.
The angles, or again, this could also just be me as a Canadian liking kind of hilly, small body of water looking things.
I mean, he's a French guy, and France is a beautiful country. The French countryside and the French coastline are very beautiful. I'm just saying this isn't him being inspired. This is him saying, all right, I got to do an impressionist painting, then a pointillist painting, then a Van Gogh-like painting, and he's just going straight through. What comes next? Cubism.
Oh, yeah, I think, it feels like, this is definitely cover. This is definitely.
Actually, this was actually the thumbnail we used for one of our previous episodes
Yeah,
when we actually did go over cubism.
Yeah, I thought I'd seen this before. This looked very familiar to me. It just also has kind of the magic eye quality for
Yeah.
anyone who remembers those, that awful face. So it like hurts my eyes to look at it.
So then in 1909, he joined the Société Normande de Peinture Moderne, which is essentially a guild of Montmartre painters, especially after the Fauvists become popular. Actually, the Van Gogh-like painting we looked at, I guess you could also say that was Fauvism, but Fauvism is the unrealistic colors, but I think Fauvism is usually a little more obnoxious than that one. The purple kind of looked like the sunset. I don't know. The Van Gogh one could have been either post-impressionism or it could have been Fauvism. The Société Normande de Peinture Moderne was this group of Montmartre painters. Every painter who was anybody except Picasso was part of this group. I'm not actually sure why Picasso didn't join them, though I'm sure Picasso was still invited to all their parties.
I bet there's a hilarious story there.
Just look at that name, though. The Normand Society of Modern Painting still uses the word painting, not art. So even as late as 1908...
I missed that. Good
Yep.
point.
Even as late as 1908, this discussion of what is and isn't art is just not on anybody's radar yet. And yet by 1920, everybody's fucking Hamlet. Everybody's having this ridiculous art or not art soliloquy. And it never really went away since then. So whatever happened in a fairly short period. So the society, it goes through a few iterations, splinters into several offshoot groups, as tends to happen with creatives.
Oh yeah, they hate each other.
But the most important one is the Puteaux group, spelled Puteaux, so not the Spanish slur for a promiscuous homosexual. Puteaux.
They are not fans of the LGBT.
Yeah, the Puteaux group, it's named after Puteaux, which is a part of Paris known for its radical politics, especially its anarchism. And the Puteaux group is going to be the one that really pushes Cubism.
I like that all these freaking political movements have an aesthetic.
The Puteaux group is more importantly the place where three men meet, Apollinaire, Picabia, and Marcel Duchamp. And in 1912, they have the Salon de la Section d'Or, or the Salon of the Golden Ratio, because this is the age of science fetishism.
Yep.
And they all want to pretend they understand Einstein and the latest developments in particle physics, but they can only talk about concepts that they vaguely remember from when they studied geometry.
And they can't do math.
Well, yeah, like geometry is the one part of math class that doesn't have equations,
Yep.
doesn't have algebra.
Yep.
You'll
notice none of these are like calculus inspired.
No. Some of them try to mention calculus in their manifestos.
Oh god, that's always cute.
So the Salon of the Golden Ratio, it's the coming out party of the Fauvists and the Cubists. So, we get stuff like this. We get Metzinger's Woman with a Horse on the left.
Oh, I saw that on the dark web.
Yeah. And the one on the right is supposed to be a cathedral.
Oh man. So we're starting to see the foundation of like acid trip architecture.
Well, also, we're starting to see just how, even in the avant-garde, nobody's taking any chances.
Yep.
Once Cubism becomes a thing, everybody's doing a Cubist painting. Out of this show, Apollinaire coins the term Orphism to describe a specific brand of Cubism, specifically that which is Cubism, but purely abstract, so not even trying to look like a cathedral or a horse or anything like that. And if you've been watching our other Rashomon episodes, you know that abstraction is, for whatever reason, a theme that's just popping up everywhere. On the left, we have Pete Mondrian. That's the guy who ends up doing the style look with the red, yellow, and blue.
Yep. There's a hideous building that I have to drive by to get to my folks, and now I know that it's their style. And I don't know if I'm more mad or less mad, but it's an ugly building.
On the bottom right, you have Kandinsky, the guy who said that paintings should be like a symphony. You should just experience it. Well, I'll say I'm experiencing that.
Yep.
I'll give him that.
Certainly.
I can definitely say it's an experience.
Certainly very experiential.
The one in the top right is by Kazimir Malevich, the guy who did the Black Square. And it's called Supremacist Composition with 8 Red Rectangles.
Okay, there are worse arrangements of roughly those shapes called supremacists that could perhaps be made with those, I guess.
You need a bit of black for
Yeah.
that, though.
Yeah, I guess, we'll get there. We're not quite to the 30s. We're not quite to the 30s. We're still in the 20s.
And the one in the middle, we talked about that before. That's the cover of the publication for an exhibit at the Museum of Modern Art. When MoMA decides to fetishize European art, they print out this diagram saying Europe is moving towards full abstraction. And then they're like jihadists who read the prophecy then want to fit themselves into the prophecy. And they're going to be the ones who push Jackson Pollock at the end because that's where all those arrows are pointing towards pure abstraction.
Oh, God. It's completely self-destructs.
But the real story, as best as I can tell, starts with the Puteaux group and the Salon d'Or, because this is when Apollinaire had enough pull to say what is and isn't allowed in the avant-garde. And at some point, the ideas of this group...
Their little Council of Nicaea.
Yes. That's actually... That's a great
Thank you.
analogy.
Not bad for an old bouncer.
Apollinaire has enough pull to say what is and isn't allowed, and at some point the ideas of this group, which again only a couple thousand people care about in the entire world in 1912, the ideas of this group became the ideas of the Museum of Modern Art, and so we just got to connect those dots. I used to think that museum curators had to have an encyclopedic knowledge to be able to look at a piece of art and say what year it was made. The more I've studied this stuff, the more I realize just how little art actually gets considered important. In 1910, 1911, Picasso and Braque invented Cubism. In 1912, there was this large futurist show at the Bernheim Jeune Gallery in February, and then the Salon of the Golden Ratio, the Salon d'Or, happens in October, where everybody was trying to be a cubist. Then in 1913, some of these Cubist and Futurist paintings were sent to New York for the Armory Show. And some of those ideas ended up in Russia, where they were combined into Cubo-Futurism. We talked about that in our Moscow episode.
The guy almost got sent to the gulag for it.
Oh, and some of them did.
There we go.
In fact, one guy ended up facing the wall.
That's a productive use of a gulag. And then AK-47 rounds, or I guess not an AK-40, whatever, crappy rifle they had. Freaking communists.
By about 1913, 1914, every artist in Paris is trying to be a cubist, or in the parlance of this new abstract art, an orphist. Then the war broke out in...
I'm going to start calling them that.
Orphists?
You orphist.
Yeah. Then the war broke out in 1914. As soon as the band was trying to get back together in 1918, Apollinaire died. This is a very cut and dry timeline, and it's very easy to place Cubist paintings in there.
Okay.
And the key year of that narrative is 1912. Now, we're dealing with a lot of very unreliable narrators here, but there's such a cult of personality around Apollinaire, and there are so many stories of him going on trips and having conversations with painters, particularly Duchamp and Picabia, and like composers like Debussy, talking about the state of art. That, you know, the whole narrative congeals around this. And to be clear, a lot of this is probably bullshit, you know, either completely made up or heavily exaggerated to justify one faction's claim that they were the true followers of the dear leader Apollinaire when he died.
Oh, God.
As the story goes, to be very clear, I read some art history books and I put the probability of this being true at less than 50% because these were all bullshit artists. Especially because this one was verbally recounted by Picabia, the Cuban playboy.
Oh,
this is
God.
not a demographic known for its honesty.
Yep. Yeah, slick guys.
But as the story goes, in the summer of 1912, Apollinaire and Picabia had a discussion about pure painting, i.e. what we now call abstraction, and Apollinaire figured that it would have to be an extension of Cubism.
So he started writing the definitive treatise on Cubism that would be published the next year. And that October, when the Salon d'Or happens, Apollinaire gave a speech on how there are two kinds of Cubism. The freestyle work of Picasso and Braque, like this.
Okay.
And the more systematic academic Cubism, which was based on mathematically breaking things down into simple shapes, because, again, these are a bunch of French academics.
Yeah.
Remember we looked at the poster for the World Cup next year in Toronto? Like that's exactly what this is. It's academic Cubism. Again, there's nothing original. This is what you would have done to show you were worthy of acceptance in 1912 Paris. This is, I guess, what you do in 2025 Toronto. Nothing original.
Like a cover of Ode to Joy.
But Apollinaire said that Cubism was now evolving into this completely abstract version, which he called Orphism, and he made a grandiose statement about how artists are men who want to become inhuman. So, you get stuff like this, like called Cathedrala, or the Cathedral by Kupka. Like
stained glass.
But more importantly, it's just abstract. It's not actually supposed to be anything. It's just geometric shapes. Because, again, there's a small group of 20 people, probably high on opium half the time, in Paris, deciding, hey, what if we make our art just geometric shapes?
It's a hipster inside joke that got way out of hand.
I can even say maybe this is stylistic or stylized in 1912. Fine, but, move on, get a new idea.
Yeah, do something.
There's no functional difference between this and the soccer poster.
Yep.
None. Another one we had is this one by Robert Delaunay called Simultaneous Windows on the City in 1912. Again, look at this.
Yeah, this is another one that is not great.
Again, maybe an album cover in the 70s, but you can only play this joke once.
Yep. This had novelty in 1912. Mm-hmm. This had novelty again when those people's kids discovered marijuana in the 60s. And now it's just, we need to move on, guys. We got Vietnam is over. The bums lost, Lebowski. Condolences.
Basically, Picabia was saying, I was there talking to Apollinaire when he came up with these brilliant ideas, so clearly I'm the one who knows what he wanted.
She's the David Miscavige.
Again, this guy, he's known to be a charming womanizer, so I'm not trusting his account of things, but that is his account of things.
Okay.
Picabia knows how to play the game, so he decides to start doing some Orphist paintings as well. So this is called, I don't even know how you pronounce that, Edtaonisl.
This is an abomination. It looks like bad 80s animation. Yeah. Frozen.
In an equally unreliable account, Mr. Urinal Marcel Duchamp was still in his mid-20s, and, he was still making a name for himself, doing the exact same thing where he did an Impressionist painting, then a Post-Impressionist painting, etc., etc. And 1912 was his Cubist stage, so he took a trip to Munich and came back with a couple of paintings in tow. The one on the left is called The Passage from Virgin to Bride. I don't think it really looks like the thing you have to do to change a virgin into a bride.
No, it looks to me like a droid from Star Wars that was smashed.
Yeah.
Or R2-D2.
And the one on the right is just called Bride.
Yeah, it's weird.
Now, a word about Duchamp. Every art history narrative mentions his stunt where he turned the urinal on its side, signed it R. Mutt, titled it Fountain, and submitted it to an art show. It's just taken as granted that this is some profound gesture that made us question the nature of art and the nature of things. Well, the post-industrial art narrative is founded on Picasso and Duchamp, so we're going to put Duchamp on trial here. It's pretty easy to say that all ugly art is just an extension of that urinal.
Yep.
And to be honest, when I started How Art Got Ugly, I was kind of planning for that to be the punchline. I was ready to tear into Duchamp, saying that he's just an asshole who submitted a toilet. And he was. But wait a second here. People play pranks all the time. Is the urinal stunt any less obnoxious than, Taco Bell's April Fool's joke where they pretended to buy the Liberty Bell? No. And yet, we don't study Taco Bell in art history class.
Nope.
Only one prank was so famous that it needs to be taught in every university course about 20th century culture. Was Duchamp an attention whore? Yes. He was also kind of a weird, aloof guy. I don't think he was well connected enough to spend the next 40 years advocating for his prank. Like, he's not Margaret Atwood, whose writing is also as profound as a urinal turned on its side.
And she's horrible.
Yeah. Well, the thing, though, is that Margaret Atwood was able to use her academic friends to push her shitty book into school curriculums.
Her American academic friends.
And then she spent her whole life lecturing on her own brilliance.
Yep.
Duchamp is not that. He's a guy who grew up middle class, lived a fairly modest existence for his whole life, eventually marrying a woman with money, but that was when he was old. He couldn't pull a Margaret Atwood, so why do we still talk about the one time he trolled somebody in 1917? Is that really his fault?
Yeah, that's some weird cultural fixation.
For the entire critical period from 1910 to 1925, Duchamp is in Picabbia's orbit. Picabia is the rich guy who knows how to promote himself. So, as part of Picabbia's story, we have to walk through the critical years of Duchamp's catalog of work. And we're going to give Duchamp a fair hearing. Was he a genius? Was he a visionary? Was he a vandal? Was he an idiot who thought that a toilet was profound? Was he just a troll who was a nobody? Was he considered important for reasons that he had nothing to do with? We're just going to analyze all that.
Okay.
Starting with the paintings on the screen, the one on the right is called Bride. Is this an abstract cubist painting, or is this a realistic painting of a weird Rube Goldberg type machine that you'd find in a boiler room? It's not abstract. It's not like something that's smashed up into a bunch of pieces and pasted on the canvas. This does look like it could be a weird machine.
Some horrible freaking monster.
But it also kind of has, it still has a cubist look about it, though.
Yeah. Let's see.
And by naming it Bride, is he making some sort of weird social commentary on whether a human is really a machine? Well, you can't tell, and that's kind of the point. Because, again, it's modernism. It's self-aware both of the form of painting and of the mechanized world. And then the other painting, the one on the left, the passage of Virgin to Bride. Like I said, it's not exactly representative of a virgin or of a bride.
More like a lamp.
It's also not really cubist either. It almost looks like a realistic machine, or maybe a bunch of pieces of leather sewn together. If it's a machine, who the fuck knows what it's supposed to do?
Sewing. I'm going to say it's a sewing machine. This can do the work of 10 children.
Well, it's not really cubist, but it still has a cubist aesthetic to it. So we can debate whether or not Duchamp belongs in the pantheon of great painters, but he at least has the talent to be doing the avant-garde stuff, and he does have at least enough creativity to play with the form, as opposed to making yet another painting that looks like a stained glass window.
Yep.
So at least he is the perfect avatar for a time when every creative endeavor is becoming experimental. I have to give him that. Then he started making commentary about the art world. For example, making his subject matter these mechanical devices where nobody's going to have any sort of sentimentality about them. Like, famously, he does this painting called Chocolate Grinder Number 1.
It should be called Alarm Clock.
It depicts the machine as basically as possible, and in some of his other writings and works, he uses grinding one's chocolate as a euphemism for masturbation.
Oh, yeah. So art never changes.
Well, you need to think of this guy the way you think of the South Park guys. When they did Team America, the movie had intelligent writing, but they also leaned into the absurdity of using puppets. Like, they could have digitally removed the strings, but it was really funny for them to keep the strings in and have the puppets having sex with each other.
And they were laughing the whole time.
Oh, yeah.
We're doing this with puppets. Only a woman.
Oh, this is very millennial coded.
Yeah, sorry.
Unabashedly so.
Sorry, Zoomers.
The same year, Duchamp also inverted a bicycle wheel and mounted it on a stool. Because why not?
Good for you, buddy. Thus began every crazy aunt, trash lady welding garbage together and calling it art and selling it at flea markets.
Well, again, he called this thing a kinetic sculpture or a ready-made. This is another thing that the narrative always talks about, like it's profound, the ready-made, as opposed to some autistic guy playing with the equivalent of a fidget spinner.
Yeah.
Because this is all he did. He just had this thing in his own apartment for basically
Yay!
being a fidget spinner. The thing that made Duchamp really famous in the critical year 1912 was this painting here, Nude Descending a Staircase, #2, which was kind of cubist and futurist at the same time. In fact, the cubists wanted to reject it for being too futurist, but it was shown at the Salon d'Or. That winter, Duchamp, Picabia, and Apollinaire, they took another road trip where, and again, you have to remember you have some really unreliable narrators, both Picabia and Duchamp. But whatever happened, Duchamp and Picabia, they're best buds by the end of the trip. And Apollinaire wrote his most famous poem, Zone. Picabia is just going to naturally say that he was around to inspire it.
Mm.
And the next year, in early 1913, a bunch of these modern works got sent to New York for the Armory Show, which, again, we discussed a few episodes back. And as far as the narrative goes, a lot gets written about the Armory Show as some sort of coming out party of modern art. In reality, that's a completely artificial narrative. The exhibition had a few pieces that you would call modern, but it's not really about this weird radical avant-garde stuff that we're talking about right now. It's much more about the post-impressionists like Van Gogh and Cézanne.
Okay.
But there is one cubist room that's called the Chamber of Horrors, and this painting here is the centerpiece of it.
Yeah, I can see this not being a crowd pleaser.
Well, it made enough of a splash to get written about in less than glowing terms in American newspapers. Like this is a cartoon that ends up in, I think, the New York Times or maybe the New Yorker. I can't remember what newspaper this ends up in.
I want to point out that a cartoonist was able to do a pretty good impression.
Oh, yeah. This is supposed to be the New York subway at rush hour.
Yeah, okay, they got that. They were able to capture that wonderful system.
Now, people didn't get stabbed back then, which is more than you can say about New York now.
Those were the good old days.
You have to understand one thing. Did the Armory Show open up the Americans' eyes to a world of non-traditional aesthetics? Absolutely not. But Picabia is a rich playboy, and he's rich enough to make sure that his own Cubist paintings are going to be exhibited.
Yeah, there we go.
So he's also the one with enough money to actually hop aboard an ocean liner and go to New York. And
like Tommy Wiseau.
Yes,
He can just fucking...
basically, yes, he's the Tommy Wiseau of modern art. So when the Americans want to talk to a weird Parisian modern artist,
He is Tommy Wiseau.
this Cuban horn dog Lothario is the only guy there for them to talk to. And Picabia ends up being the guy who gets all the interviews about Cubism. And he ends up meeting Alfred Stieglitz. We mentioned Stieglitz in passing in a past episode, but if you don't remember, he was an artistic photographer and one of the very few American art dealers who brokered in European avant-garde art, which he displayed at his art gallery 291. And because Picabia was the one guy who had the money to actually show up in New York, Stieglitz gave him a solo exhibition. While he was in New York, since abstraction was the big buzzword, he decided to completely break from the Cubists, and he decided to do whatever the fuck this thing is. It's called Udney. It's supposed to be a Broadway dancer.
It's just awful. It's like something went horribly wrong.
Yeah, like I said, it's a Broadway dancer if you squint hard enough.
It's a Broadway dancer if you take salvia.
He also appears in the New York Tribune talking about post-Cubism. Again, whatever the fuck post-Cubism means. The headline there says, "A post-Cubist's Impressions of New York." I'm sure the people who were reading this newspaper thought it was brilliant, but it was literally like the one French guy who was rich enough to show up and talk about how he was brilliant for everything that was going on back in Paris.
The newspaper was a heavyweight, even when it was wrong.
Pacabia becomes a mini celebrity among certain circles in New York. Because, again, what the fuck do they know what a proper Parisian avant-garde artist is supposed to look like?
Yeah, they can't Google or anything.
He is going to travel back and forth between Paris and New York a few times. And when the war broke out in 1914, he had to go to New York on official business. I've read differing accounts of what that official business is. He decided to stay there for a few years. And since Duchamp had made a bit of a splash at the Armory show with the nude descending a staircase, he didn't exactly want to stick around France during the war either. So he set sail for New York City, where he was greeted as that guy who did that weird painting. And when academics talk about New York Dada, it sounds like there was some sort of a bohemian movement going on. If there was, it would have been going on in Greenwich Village, and it wasn't. What is retroactively referred to as New York Dada was three guys. And because academics in the 70s were on a total feminism bent, every time they uncovered some record of a woman sneezing in the same room as one of these three guys, not only was she a member of New York Dada, but it was irrefutable proof that women were active in the Dada movement from day one.
Yeah, I've seen this in history courses. They really pushed during the Enlightenment, one woman had a salon in Paris. Let's focus on that. Who spoke in it, men?
So the three guys were Pacabia, Duchamp, and an American Jewish photographer named Emanuel Rosinski, who decided it was good for business to go by the pseudonym Man Ray.
Smart guy. Holy, look at that specimen.
So if Duchamp is Kurt Cobain and Pacabia is Dave Grohl, this guy is Kurt Novoselic. He's the other guy.
Yep.
He's active in New York artistic circles, but the stuff he does is less notable. He does get a lot of pictures of the other two guys' antics, though.
Okay.
When the group relocates to Paris after the war, that was when he got a little bit more fame or notoriety. I'll show you a few of his works, but, after all the bad work that we've seen, after all the horrible art we've looked at, I'm just a little underwhelmed by this guy's terrible art. This is called Boardwalk.
This is particularly uninspired.
I know.
This looks bad.
I'm at the point where I expect a certain quality out of my shitty art.
Yeah.
It's like Troll 2.
Yeah.
This is called The Rope Dancer Accompanies Herself with Her Shadows.
This is awful. Again, kind of like Zur and Ignignat vibes.
We've dug through the archives to find some truly horrible art for this series. This just isn't even that.
Nope. It's nothing.
But as the photographer, he's kind of the Robin to Duchamp's Batman. Just as the urinal is shoehorned into something that's retroactively called New York Dada,
Okay.
Man Ray is shoehorned in because he took pictures of a really eccentric German woman who was known as Baroness Elsa.
Yeah, I think this person lives in my neighborhood now.
I think these pictures speak for
Is
themselves.
this freaking Queen Amidala on the bottom left? What the heck is...
If she was like a goat.
Yeah? It's like, okay, we're almost out of doubles for the Queen.
And in the middle, she has like her African manservant wearing a dashiki.
Her freaking flapper. Jambi, come. Do I have to wear this? Yes.
This woman was part of the Greenwich Village milieu. Yeah. And in case you needed proof that Americans in the 1910s were not just a bunch of stuffy wasps suffocating on their own academic art, waiting for a sophisticated Frenchman to drag them into the 20th century with a urinal, I give you this.
Yeah. This does not bode well for our culture.
Yeah. We've beaten the urinal to death, but that happened at exactly the same time these pictures were taken.
Yep.
Again, we all know the story of the urinal because this is about the fourth time I've told it. He submitted the urinal, which is one of his so-called ready-mades. The art show rejected it. He resigned in a huff and got his publications to ask, but what truly is art anyway? And then he goes to Argentina for a bit. Like, In fact, look, we don't even actually know that much about what Duchamp was doing in the next 3 years. So again, the guy is not exactly a mover and a shaker. Even if the urinal is somehow this transformative work, he wasn't the one lobbying for it. Like we're giving Duchamp a fair hearing here. The more I read about him, the more I think that his question was not really what truly is art anyway, but what truly is art anyway in a world where everything is mass produced? Because that's a very different framing. And it's also much less deconstructive. When the art history shifted from the museum to the university in the 70s, that's when deconstruction was all the rage. I think that some second wave feminist art history professor would have had ulterior motives for interpreting the urinal in the more deconstructive way. So you just have to keep that in mind. Like, this whole narrative we're talking about, it gets constructed in the 70s.
Thank you, Foucault.
Yeah, we're getting there, but not for a couple of episodes. The other thing to keep in mind is that Duchamp did not exactly come up with the idea on his own. Remember we talked about the Salon des Incohérents, or the Salon of Incoherence, where Alphonse Allais painted a canvas all white, titled it First Communion of Anemic Young Girls in the Snow.
Yeah.
And remember, that was not a troll, that was a joke for a humorous event in Montmartre in the 1880s, when everybody knew it was supposed to be silly for the sake of a good time. Like,
So like old
doing this.
4chan, where everyone
Yes.
was pretending to be an idiot.
Another thing that he did, he wrote the funeral march for the respects of a deaf man.
Oh God.
Which, again, if you're not watching this on YouTube, you should be. It's just a bunch of empty musical staffs.
Yep. He wrote no song.
Now, in the 20th century, a guy named John Cage wrote a piece called 433, which was supposed to be 4 minutes and 33 seconds of silence. Not only was that completely unoriginal, but like John Cage took himself seriously in this wave of deconstruction. It was already done, and it was done as a joke to make the audience laugh.
So it's like if somebody was trying to actually be Tenacious D.
Yes,
All right,
yes.
Yeah, okay. I'm gonna rock like Weird Al.
Well, the thing is, the whole concept of the ready-made was already done by this exact same guy. He submitted this curtain. He called it Des souteneurs encore dont la force de l'âge et le ventre de l'herbe boivent de l'absinthe, which, if you don't speak the language of love, I certainly don't speak the language of love, but it translates to pimps still in the prime of life and their bellies in the grass drinking absinthe. Again, he was doing it as a joke. This
reminds me of Lotus.
Again, Lotus thinks she's doing it seriously. This
Yeah.
guy was doing it for the Salon of the Incoherence.
Yep. You see the roots. You see the seed planted here where Lotus would come along later.
Well, there is no way that Duchamp didn't know about this. So it is just the wrong image to think that Duchamp is this self-important hipster submitting a urinal as a way to drop a grenade on the art world. Like, that was totally projected onto him decades later by professors.
Okay.
In reality, the urinal prank was about as milquetoast as Leslie Nielsen doing a movie like The Naked Gun, where it only became edgy later on due to circumstances involving O.J. Simpson. Duchamp is not the only one making statements about mass production. While in New York, Picabia decided to do something called the mechanomorph. In fact, there's absolutely no reason why the urinal should be thought of as the foundation of post-industrial art. After Picabia was done making the abstract stuff and the weird post-cubist paintings of the dancers, after he was done making the abstract stuff, he decided to start making schematics and diagrams as an art form. So what he would do is draw portraits of people as the schematics of a machine that would do the same thing that the person would do.
Sounds like a mean, passive-aggressive thing to do to like your employees.
Well, he's going to publish them in Stieglitz's publication, which was also called 291. Now, the first thing he's going to do is do a schematic of Stieglitz as a camera, which is probably not a bad idea if you want to suck up to the guy who owns the gallery and the magazine when he's an artistic photographer himself. But then you have this one here. This is a much less
flattering depiction of writer Paul Haviland, showing him as an unplugged lamp. It's unflattering whether you interpret that as he's unplugged and not producing light, or a more lewd interpretation of being unplugged. And then he does this one of himself called Le Saint des Saints, or the Saint of Saints. Now, you might think that that's a little bit narcissistic to title a self-portrait that way, even a weird mechanical one, titling it The Saint of Saints or The Holy of Holies. You know, he's not exactly being subtle about it. He uses the subtitle C'est de moi qu'il s'agit, or It's All About Me. It's a car horn, which is somewhat phallic. So, you know, he's saying that he's a prophet with a message.
Oh, God.
So is he full of himself with that title? Well, sort of. Remember the South Park movie had the double entendre title, Bigger, Longer, and Uncut?
Oh, yeah.
He's kind of doing the same thing with the title. In French, saint also means healthy, and santé means health, and saint means tit or breast, and dessin means drawing. So with a little bit of loose grammar, le saint dessin, it can mean the Holy of Holies, it can mean the healthy drawing, or it can mean the drawing of a boob.
Oh, okay.
So that's what he's doing to sit out the war. You know, in many ways, after pushing cubism all the way to abstraction, these mechanomorphs are just him deciding to do the complete opposite, because the mechanomorphic diagram with a dirty pun as a name is going to be really, really fucking far from looking at an object from 20 angles at once. In the following months, he turned these mechanomorphs into full-size paintings. The one on the left is called Fantasy, and the one on the right is called Music is Like Painting. So,
Imagine
you know,
giving this guy money.
again, the guy is already rich, so he doesn't give a shit. He's rich enough to buy a new sports car every year. And this is what you do. You could be making beautiful paintings of, like, gladiators. No, you do this.
Yep.
So what is Duchamp doing when he's not claiming the urinals are art? Well, he's working on this ridiculous thing. If you think art historians have a ridiculous view of the urinal, just realize that they all painted themselves into a corner because they needed to come up with an explanation for this monstrosity here, which he was working on at the same time. And it's kind of similar to Picabbia's drawings. So if the urinal was a stroke of genius, this thing must have been his magnum opus. Like, he was working on it the whole time he was in New York, and then he went down to Argentina and took it with him, worked on it there. Then he went to Paris after the war, and he eventually declared this thing definitively incomplete, but still exhibited it.
Oh, God. Meta pretension.
And art historians, they still go through his cryptic and disparate notes, trying to figure out what it actually meant, never asking the question, what's the fucking point?
Yeah.
Maybe he's just trolling you. Maybe that's the point. It's titled The Bride Stripped Bare by Her Bachelors even, or informally it's known as The Large Glass. I have read a lot of books that try to explain this thing, and I'm not convinced that there is a meaning at all here. Maybe he did have something in mind originally, and I'm not even convinced of that much, but on the bottom you can see that he's rehashing his chocolate grinder.
Yeah.
The top panel is supposed to be a mechanical bride that releases a substance called the vapor of sex, which interacts with the gas in those 9 mechanical bachelors below, which lubricate the chocolate grinder. Maybe there was supposed to be another piece of the machine that he originally planned, but he couldn't complete this thing in 8 years, and I'm just not going to waste any more energy on it. In 1916, Picabia relocates from New York City to another neutral country, his ancestral homeland of Spain, and he starts a magazine called 391, I guess because Stieglitz's 291 wasn't enough for him. He has to call it 391. And 391 is basically the Vice magazine of its day.
Oh, okay.
You know, he ends up using it as a platform for his own weird and aggressive creative content. And in 1919, he ends up in Switzerland and meets Tristan Tzara, who is one of the Dadaists.
Again, if you read any art history, it talks about the 391 as being a Dada publication. This is totally an after-the-fact story. The magazine, it had nothing to do with the Dada movement until the March 1920 issue when he and Sarah moved back to Paris and joined up with André Breton, who was the leader of the more transgressive anti-art faction after Apollinaire's death. And that's where the story of Paris Dada begins. Our story of Dada has been spread out over about 4 episodes, so we're going to end this episode by wrapping them all up and to resolve that Dada storyline once and for all, because the official narrative about Dada is just full of so much bullshit that the record needs to be set straight.
Okay.
If you don't remember, a guy named Hugo Ball moved to Zurich to sit out World War I. He rented out a bar once a week for him and his dipshit artist friends to get on stage wearing ridiculous costumes, recite gibberish poetry, and just get really intoxicated.
It's typical artist shit.
Yeah, again, I'm sure it sounded like karaoke night on a cruise ship full of boomers.
Like every freaking cast party I've ever been to.
Of course, you can't really blame them for wanting to vent their rage about the war going on all around them. And Hugo Ball, he did this for 6 months. Then he got a job as a journalist and disappeared into society, thinking he was just like the guy who staged a production of Godspell at the local community center, where he got his creative fill and then went back to being an adult. When the war was over, a couple of his hangers-on decided that they liked the idea of not having a real job and being raucous at a bar once a week. So they decided to take Dada elsewhere and continue the party in cities that were much less stuffy than Zurich. In our Weimar episode, we mentioned Richard Hulsenbeck, who brought Dada back to Berlin, where it spread to a few other German cities like Cologne, Hanover, and Stuttgart. More relevant to this episode was the fact that Tristan Tzara, who was the Romanian poet who I mentioned earlier, he would be the guy who brought it to Paris. Now, most of the stuff you read about Dadaism is nonsense. It comes out of a post-World War II American propaganda campaign where the United States was saying that America was so much more free than the Soviet Union that you can come to New York and make all of the horrible modern art you want. So I guess I'm kind of spoiling the story of Jackson Pollock somewhat by saying that. But that's still coming, guys. I know I've been saying since about January that we're going to get to Jackson Pollock. We will. But that's where you get this art history narrative that focuses so heavily on the Dadaists breaking everything down. Because if the Americans want to be the center of artistic freedom, they need to say that 20th century New York art is a continuation of Paris Dada and Surrealism.
Okay.
And as I said earlier, these people get canonized in the mid-century when every art history PhD candidate writes a thesis on some obscure figure from 1920s Paris, especially 1920s Paris avant-garde. And to write your PhD, you have to find every clipping in a scrapbook that mentions the guy's name and talks about how he was part of a worldwide aesthetic movement that was ready to be liberated from all the oppressive rules and cast off the shackles of non-ugly art. Well, it would be stalkerish behavior in any other context to go through some 20s degenerates trash and scrapbooks and journals.
That's fair.
But it's truly amazing just how much mid-century academic literature is written on the Dada movement, to the point where researching it kind of gives you the opposite problem from researching a lot of this other stuff, because there's a lot written about it, and the challenge is to sift through all the bullshit. Because there are books upon books that describe Dada as a global movement fighting against oppressive aesthetic standards that made us rethink what art is. And all of those books have an introduction that makes a grandiose statement like, Dada is hard to define and hard to pin down, especially because the Dadaists challenged all the traditional norms, as if they were all Sacha Baron Cohen. Just like with Picabia and New York, you have the problem of unreliable narrators. But it doesn't come from the Dadaists themselves. It comes from these goddamn academics who have a pathological need to say everything they find is profound, because it relates to some 1970s theory about gender roles or homosexuality or deconstruction or feminism or humanism, diversity or whatever.
Most of which are founded on blank slate theory.
Yes.
Which is, guys, sorry, we're not tabula rasa. Wish we were. Not that simple. That's a communist fantasy.
And also, when one of these researchers found anything that had a slightly erotic meaning, it's like, see, these guys were liberating sexual norms as well. No, they weren't.
Yep.
That's you.
Yep.
Whatever they wanted to argue in the 70s, they would get some art history PhD student to say, see, Max Ernst once did a collage with a woman with slightly asymmetric tits. Therefore, he was telling us that patriarchy warps the female psyche.
Wow, yeah. And I wish I could say I was surprised, but I've watched, I don't know, what are you, postmodern feminist movement my whole life.
Yeah.
Had a front row seat for that, and yeah, that's completely in their wheelhouse.
They deconstructed everything, including their tits.
Yep. That was
They deconstructed those good.
It destroyed. Now gender is a constant. He took it one step closer to being true, guys, with your invasive surgeries.
There is this completely fake narrative that Dada was some sort of an organic international movement. It's to the point where half the books say that there was a pseudo-Dada movement that popped up in Japan. When you look at that, you see that it was like 4 Japanese artists who kind of appreciated European modern art. That's it. The whole narrative about Dada being some sort of a rebellious spirit in the air that permeated the international zeitgeist after World War I, it is a figment of the imaginations of future generations of academics. And I think that's why the narrative tries so hard to portray Dada as something which included Picabia, Duchamp, and Man Ray in New York during the war. Man Ray and Marcel Duchamp, they did create a magazine a few years later called New York Dada, which lasted all of 1 issue. But that's a far cry from there being an actual New York Dada movement.
Yeah.
So we just have to cut through all the bullshit. And as always, how do you cut through the bullshit? You set up a timeline. You look at things in chronological order.
Smart, smart, smart.
There are 2 branches of the Dada movement after the war. One goes to Germany. We talked about them during the Weimar episode. In Paris, on the other hand, Dada is really just 1 year, 1921. And the right way to think of Paris Dada is that it's like a fringe festival that has 1 really good season. You know, they try to do things in 1920, but it doesn't quite work because creatives are not always the best at organizing.
No, they're not.
So 1921 is their year. You know, they make a little bit of a splash, though not as much as the art history narrative would make you think. And then in 1922, they try to keep the magic going, but that doesn't work either, not least because of infighting. This is Paris, and for you to be a successful avant-garde artist, it means you still have to do something at either the Independent Salon or the Autumn Salon. The Dadaists did display some works at the 1921 Independent Salon, which led to certain comments at the Autumn Salon being made about Dada. They were not sympathetic comments, to be very clear here.
No.
There was a Dada presence at the 1922 Independent Salon and maybe 1 or 2 performances in 1923 that descended into bar fights, and that was it.
I was going to say, imagine doing this in front of a bunch of mid-century German goons.
To show how artificial the narrative is, we did a whole episode on Monet's Water Lilies. We said it was a bottle episode that didn't advance the storyline because it just fits so awkwardly into the capital N narrative when you try to tell things chronologically. Monet's story is mostly in the 1860s and 1870s, but in the 1920s, he's still alive. He's in his 80s, working on these gigantic murals that the state had commissioned. He works on them from 1920 until he drops dead in 1926, age 86. The Dada movement is dead by 1923. So that's what's going on in the background of everything here. The official story talks about the water lilies as if they come out of the age of Impressionism, when painters are starting to break the rules, and then
After talking about Cézanne and Van Gogh and Gauguin and Matisse and Picasso and the Expressionists and the Futurists, we end up with Duchamp putting the urinal in an art gallery. That was 1917, almost a decade before this thing was done. So the narrative is at least contrived, if not an outright lie.
Yep.
Now, if you read contemporary accounts from Paris in the 20s, they all refer to Sarah as the founder of Dada. We all know this guy. If you live in a city, you know this guy.
Yeah.
Everyone says that this 5'6", funny-looking Romanian who writes bad poetry is its founder. Nobody says Dada is founded by Hugo Ball at a bar in Switzerland. Certainly nobody thinks it's a continuation of the antics started in New York City. You know, contemporary accounts from Paris talk about Dada as if it's this guy's baby. So right there, that eliminates any sort of narrative of Dada being an international movement in nature. That is something that was completely constructed by art historians decades later when the Dadaists were canonized. In fact, the narrative is that the Dadaists did weird stuff for a few years, and then the whole movement fell apart, only to be salvaged by the Surrealists, who were led by André Breton. The reality is that Breton was the leader of the anti-art faction the whole time, and Paris Dada just happened to make a few waves when Pacabia and Sarah moved to Paris to join him. Sarah, he wrote several Dada manifestos, but the most famous one was written in 1918, and it is as pretentious as you would expect, but it's meant to be performative, like slam poetry. When the narrative talks about how after the war, artists broke free of the shackles of the formal academies and the arbitrary rules, they're basically just talking about Sarah's 1918 manifesto. Sarah talked about how every man should be entitled to his own rules of art, and he talked about Cézanne and the Cubists showing paintings from multiple perspectives at once. Therefore, all perspectives are valid. Therefore, philosophy is meaningless because philosophy is about choosing one perspective. Yes, he actually says that.
So he's basically that Islamic guy who thought math was satanic. Okay, got it.
Or he's just that 13-year-old trying to meet a word count.
Yeah.
Yeah, he talks about creating a poem by cutting up a newspaper article and arranging the words in random order. So he does like the fridge magnet stuff.
Every freaking undergrad, like every artsy undergrad had a freaking fridge magnet full of freaking random words.
He talks about how science sucks the meaning out of life because it makes us servants to nature. So he's the poor man's Nietzsche.
Yep.
He talked about being the active nihilist, staring into the cold, meaningless abyss and willing some meaning into it. Like, he talks about yelling Dada and embracing contradiction, dismantling order, and allowing individual creativity to rise from the rubble. Yeah, he's
most people are not creative. We learned that during the Big Cough.
Mm-hmm. So what actually happened with Paris Dada? Well, Pacabia had been publishing his magazine 391 for 3 years, but by 1920 it was no longer just his weird avant-garde project. It was going to become the unofficial publication of Paris Dada, and he started off by publishing a drawing called La Sainte Vierge, or the Blessed Virgin. Just look at that.
At least he's... Jesus, look, at least he's not doing what I thought he was going to do. But yeah, this is not good.
It's a little different than his mechanical diagrams and schematics, I'll give him that.
It's a freaking Rorschach test.
Well, the Dadaists, they were obsessed with chance and randomness, so by dripping ink on a page, he made something that you couldn't reproduce even if you wanted to with a machine. I kind of see the point, and in 1920, I guess it was an original idea, but like, dude, you're pushing it.
I need a time machine. I need to go back and be like, guys, you like randomness and chance? There's this game in Moscow, Russian roulette.
I'm fine with this being a weird, eccentric experiment in the hipster neighborhood of Paris as part of the weird, eccentric milieu.
There's some artsy kids do and should be ignored while they're doing.
Well, the problem is that 20 years later, people were taking this shit seriously when Jackson Pollock was doing his drip paintings, and the cultural elites were talking about the genius of how the gesture of dripping was part of the art. You know, it works the first time when you do this, call it the Blessed Virgin, that's it.
Yep.
Done. End of story.
It's a one-off, guys.
These guys were clever enough to do something stupid and then come up with an explanation for why it was actually art. And I'm starting to become at least a little bit impressed by their arguments, by their savant when it comes to bullshit.
Yeah, there's artistry
Yeah.
there, just
Yeah.
not in the paintings.
Well, even if it's just a really convoluted joke that comes across like a smart-ass teenager, like, I watched Family Guy. I'm not going to be a hypocrite.
Yeah, fair.
But, he did a second version of it called La Sainte Vierge 2, or the Blessed Virgin 2, to put it in an art show to prove that they were different. Like, look at them side by side.
This guy did not get his head put in enough toilets.
Yeah. I'm going to at least say, dude, you're pushing it. I agree they're different. I agree you've made a painting that can't be copied even if somebody wants to, but you're fucking pushing it.
Yeah.
And then somebody pushes it even farther when Louis Aragon, who would later become one of the Surrealists, put it side by side with Ingres's Virgin adorning the host, and said, since these are both called the Virgin, we can now put them side by side and compare them. I enjoy a good satire or a spoof. I'm not that curmudgeonly. Just don't call it art when it's just a highbrow joke. That's all I'm asking. Like, this is just Mad Magazine.
Yeah.
That's all. In fact, I think one of the reasons that contemporary art falls so flat is that in 1920, everybody valued education and everybody wanted to be in on a highbrow joke like this. Now you have art school graduates who know less than the intended audience from 100 years ago. So they think they're doing something profound by pissing on the side of a building and saying it fights the patriarchy, but you have to be in on their inside joke. Whereas at least when this was done, at least people were cultured enough to know what the painting was on the left.
So the cult leaders died.
Yeah, basically,
This is like a cargo cult. Okay.
Yes. But of course, the joke didn't end there.
Uh-oh.
He had a companion piece called La Jeune Fille, or The Young Girl, which he did a couple versions of. Literally just a piece of paper with a circle cut out of it. I had to read through some of the most pretentious language I've ever read to explain the significance of these two pieces for individual expression and solid geometry and gender roles. Because we can't just accept the simple reality that the last one looked like a cum stain and this hole is the diameter of a penis. We can't just accept that. We can't just say sometimes a cigar is a cigar and sometimes a crude joke is just a crude joke.
Yep. Sometimes, folks, you hit bedrock. I don't know what to tell you.
There's lots of academic jargon and explanation of context when we're really just trying to deconstruct a dick joke.
Yep.
People go to top universities to learn about all of these art movements, then to put on fancy clothes and act like we are the Philistines for not getting it. This is just as highbrow as a joke from Beavis and Butthead. It's just a dick joke, guys. It's not something that challenges old oppressive rules of sexual norms. It's just a dick joke. People told dick jokes back then. It's okay to admit that.
Shakespeare told dick jokes.
So what else happened with Paris Dada? Remember I said that 1920 was kind of a failure to launch? They started with some very, let's say, confrontational poetry readings centered on Tristan Tzara. But the first thing they did was stage an event where Tzara got on stage and started reading a political speech by one of his enemies that had been published in the newspaper. And then Andre Breton and Louis Aragon started ringing bells that drowned him out.
Wow. So yeah, I think I've seen that played out, actually.
Well, this is just also typical of the 20s because it's the decade where all the creative energy starts getting sucked out of aesthetics and into making political points instead of just producing something transcendent. Then the next month, Tzara, Aragon, and Breton went out to an organization that descended from an old revolutionary club, hoping to start a communist uprising.
Oh, one of those.
Which they did, just not in the way that you'd expect. They went in, they read their manifestos, hoping to rouse the proletarian class, and then quickly realized that the only people who join revolutionary clubs are aggressively bourgeois.
Yep.
There's no working class people at a revolutionary club.
Too busy trying to figure out how to eat.
Yeah. So the whole night devolved into bourgeois socialists fighting against bourgeois anarchists.
Yep.
Then a few days later, they actually found a club that was full of working class types, so they tried their shtick there. So they went in, they started giving talks with ridiculous titles like Discourses on Data Chemistry, Tattooing, Finance, and Typewriters.
The frickin' working class loves when you talk down to them and use academic jargon.
Well, this is the thing. These speeches were meant to rouse the proles, and what did the proles do? They politely sat and listened and respectfully asked questions at the end. So the whole 1920 artistic season is a bit of a bust.
Yep.
So what happened 1921, the next year, when they kind of got their shit together? That's also the year that Duchamp and Man Ray have gone back over to Paris to join Picabia. Duchamp is talked about in the narrative like he's some sort of mover and shaker. He's not. He's just a guy in Picabia's orbit. And in fact, historians don't even really know what he was doing in 1919 and 1920. We know he went to Argentina, and then we know he crashed with Picabia in Paris for a few months and ended up back in New York.
No one who goes to Argentina is a bad person.
All we really know about Duchamp is that he was working on that damn piece of glass that he never finished. Arguably the most iconic image of Paris Dada is a postcard of the Mona Lisa that Duchamp drew a mustache on when he was staying with Picabia. And he added the letters LHOOQ underneath it. And if you pronounce LHOOQ or LHOOQ in French, it means she has a hot ass.
Okay.
So again, these people like their dirty puns.
You can see already mustaches on women.
Again, I have read far too many analyses of this through that late 20th century deconstructive lens. I have read things talking about gender reversal and gender roles. I've read about how the tail of the letter Q at the bottom is supposed to represent a penis. I'm not making that up. I've actually read that theory.
These people are insane.
I look at that like someone trying to read too much into an episode of Beavis and Butthead. Why is this important? Well, it's important because Picabia puts it on the cover of his 391 magazine when he writes his own manifesto launching a tirade at the Cubists and how the Cubists sold out, which is a thinly veiled swipe at Picasso for making sets for the ballet.
You sold out, man.
Well, remember, at the end of the day, there's a slap fight going on between Breton's people and Cocteau's people, who again we're calling the art and the anti-art side. By attacking Cubism as having sold out to mass production, this is when they really start leaning into the whole anti-art idea. And what could be a better symbol of anti-art than graffiti vandalizing the Mona Lisa?
Yep.
So when people talk about Duchamp, they talk about LHOOQ, and they talk about Man Ray's photographs of him dressing like a woman. This is his alter ego, Eros c'est la vie, which is another French pun. It can be translated as Eros c'est la vie, or sexuality is life.
Homie looks like ContraPoints.
Or arroser la vie, making a toast to life. Oh, his drag persona is Jewish as well.
There we go.
He joked that he was raised Catholic and wanted to change his religion, but really realized it was easier to become a woman. When I say there's been nothing done since 1925 that was not done before 1925, I mean it. In fact, this has been a long episode. They're all long episodes, but I told you at the start of this episode that we would take a few hours, we would go a lot of places, but we would come right back around to this. Canterbury Cathedral being vandalized with graffiti by a non-binary artist who looks like a smarmy little flit in a dress, cross-dressing, and graffiti.
Yep.
This guy thinks he's a fucking visionary, but he was beaten by 104 years.
They keep hitting them same notes.
By 1923, Dada has completely devolved into infighting. Breton and Picabia, they are using their publications to launch insults at each other. Picabia breaks with the Dadaists after he has a really underwhelming exhibition in Barcelona. He was there at the Puteaux group when Cubism became a thing. He was in New York doing his mechanomorph drawings. He was in Paris doing these weird Dada things. But if you have any talent, the troll act, it only lasts so long before it gets old. So just like Renoir 40 years earlier, he said, "Fuck it, I'm moving in a much more traditional direction," and these are called the transparencies. Um, you know, they look interesting. I will say they're at least something new, where he layers one layer of transparent paint on top of another. I'm not going to say it's the Sistine Chapel or anything.
He's trying.
So how did Paris Dada end? It ended one night in July 1923 when Tristan Tzara hosted an event called the Soirée de Cura Barbe, which was supposed to be the big Dada reunion. Here's the program of it. Now, why did they need a reunion? Well, when Breton had attacked Tzara in one publication, Tzara started a magazine which only lasted one issue, but it was attacking Picabia and Breton. And he said he was on the side of the actually talented people. Then, a year later, Tzara wanted to make up, get the band back together for one big Dada reunion tour. Only there was one problem. Remember that this little civil war is really only a civil war within one faction of a greater civil war, the art versus the anti-art side. This is a civil war within the anti-art side.
It's like Somalia.
One of the actors at this event decided to read poetry by Jean Cocteau, the leader of the opposite faction, the guy who did the ballet. And when poet Paul Eluard got wind of this, he decided to sabotage the event. And at one point, a guy named Pierre de Massot started listing all the artists who he felt had sold out on stage. And during the monologue, the agitators, including Breton and Aragon, started throwing things at the stage. Then Breton told Massot to get off the stage and jumped on the stage and started beating Massot with his cane, breaking his arm.
There we go.
So the police and probably the bouncers showed up and kicked out Breton and a couple of his friends. The event continued for a bit, but then it broke out into a total brawl, completely destroying the theater.
There we go.
Then it spilled into the street where Breton and crew were still waiting after they'd been kicked out halfway through. And the fighting continued, and so ended Paris Dada. This Soirée de la Cour à Barbe was supposed to have 2 or 3 nights, but they decided not to continue after the first night because of that.
I would have gone to the second night after that show. Watching these guys beat each other up.
Yeah, so ends Paris Dada. Breton's faction decided that they were finished with it, and they decided to salvage some of their artistic credibility by becoming the Surrealist movement. But Breton is going to rule the Surrealist movement a lot more tightly.
See, you go from freaking like nonconformists to orthodoxy.
Yep. Oh, yeah. So next time we're going to pick up with the Surrealists and the ongoing art versus anti-art conflict, but I want to note one thing. There's a lot of very masculine energy behind Paris's art community. That might give us another clue as to why art seems so uninspired now, because like it or not, art is a very female-coded activity these days.
Yeah, seriously. The shit I took for liking art.
Renaissance Florence up through 1920s Paris, hanging out with artists meant you would end up in a bar fight or two.
Yeah, Hemingway types.
Yeah, now every so-called expert in art history is tripping over herself to argue that there were actually women present in these art movements.
Yep. Yeah, I watched that happen in real time.
Yeah. Well, they may have been present, but they weren't part of the bar fights, and the bar fights were where the energy was.
Yeah. And the energy changes the second you insert women.
Yep.
It's just guys, I don't know what happens. Guys just form hunting packs.
Well, and the men leave, and the prestige leaves as well.
The like first Star Wars.
Oh yes. Oh god. The Force is female.
Yeah.
I don't know.
How'd that work out, guys?
I think art was just the first casualty of the Women in X phenomenon. Yeah. I think when you look at this, I think, especially when art moves from Paris to New York and they start promoting women in the art, there's just nothing there anymore. I would say I'm going to offend some people by saying this, but what fucking woman is going to listen to 4 hours of this episode?
No. Lady and gentleman.
And that lady was born a gentleman.
Yeah.
We know our audience, guys.
Yep.
So to finish off, I said that we were giving Duchamp a fair hearing, and we are. Duchamp is the guy who hangs out in Paris for a few years and then basically leaves it all behind and spends the rest of his life playing chess. He does the occasional consulting work in the art world, but he's going to live a fairly meager middle-class existence, content with what he had. This man is not the Wizard of Oz secretly pulling the strings behind the scenes to make the whole art world talk about his urinal. That's just not him. If the art history narrative focuses too much on the urinal that he named Fountain, it's just not him doing it. Every documentary mentions the urinal, the Mona Lisa with the mustache, the cross-dressing, the gigantic piece of glass that goes unfinished. But you know what? We're going to give him his day in court, and we're going to look at a couple things he did in Paris that I think were actually quite clever, even if just for satirical reasons. Again, we're giving him his day in court. So first he does this. This is called Sank Check. He meticulously and artistically creates a realistic looking check with, microprint at the bottom, even though this was all done by hand.
Oh, wow.
It's a realistic looking check made out to his dentist for $115 US. So what's the point of this? He is making the point that no bank is going to cash this check for $115, but his signature's on this, so people might be trading this thing for more than $115. He says there's so much pretension in the art world that it's essentially going to act like the Federal Reserve.
Okay, yeah. I can see that.
Guaranteeing the value in this note.
Yeah.
Duchamp is not the only one making fun of the dynamic of putting a signature on things and letting the magic of money laundering work as well. He and Picabia had a bit of a back and forth on this one, and Picabia did this in November 1920, albeit just as a ready-made. This is a horse race ticket on the cover of an issue of 391.
Okay.
Why a horse race ticket? At least a check has a nominal dollar value on it. A horse race ticket might be completely worthless.
In most cases.
So now there's not even a face value on this. There's not even a face value of $115 US. This is just like something that's probably a worthless piece of paper, but it's got a signature at the bottom of it. So he's saying these idiots in the art world will actually trade this if there is a signature on it.
I'm reminded of non-fungible tokens.
That's exactly what it is.
Yeah. Nothing new under the sun.
Yep. But then Picabia took it one step further than a horse race ticket that might be completely worthless. And he said, wait a second, if all the value is in a signature, what if I just do this? I'm putting my signature on my signature.
Yeah, there we go.
He literally puts a signature on his signature. Now, when we did the Russian episode, we saw that Rodchenko said constructivism was what naturally came next after art was finished, because his hundreds of hours of dedicated research led him to the scientific conclusion that the end point of art was painting a canvas all one color. That was just bullshit meant to impress the communist apparatchiks in the newly formed Soviet Union. This, on the other hand, I could get behind it if he said that this was the end point of art.
Yeah.
A guy putting a signature on his signature.
It could be a Kids in the Hall sketch.
Once art has reached this point, there really is nowhere to go. But in 1924, I think Duchamp won. I'm not sure if Duchamp outdid Picabia in distilling the value of a signature, because the signature on a signature gets the point across quite nicely. But Duchamp was able to pull off an elaborate stunt that truly showed how he thought. And this is where I think I might let Duchamp off the hook for his urinal stunt, because if nothing else, this is clever. I guarantee you that no art professor or working contemporary artist today would have the knowledge or the creativity to come up with something like this. He looked at the world of mass production. He looked at the independent art market where nouveau riche types just wanted to pay for a signature. And he said, I am going to do something that could never have been done before because it requires the market being exactly what it is. The absolute contempt that he shows for the audience is amazing because I think it applies to everybody in the contemporary art world today. So what did he do? He incorporated a company. He sold 30 bonds at 500 francs each, raising 15,000 francs, which is, the equivalent purchasing power of about 20,000 US dollars today. Which is, not a huge amount, but not nothing either. So if you bought a bond, you would have a claim on this new company's assets. So what was Duchamp's company planning to do with the 15,000 francs? He was going to go to Monte Carlo and gamble it all on the roulette wheel. So you're buying the bonds, knowing that the CEO is going to piss it away at the casino, hoping that you'll be saved when the bond is seen as a collector's item.
Wow. Yeah. Wow. Okay. All right.
I'm not going to pretend that this is not apropos of the modern economy,
Yeah.
especially with the NFTs.
Oh yeah.
We looked at Bauhaus in Germany, where they decided to embrace industrialization and decide that real art meant making factory prototypes. These casino bonds are certainly aware of that industrialization and financialization of everything.
Talk about playing with the form.
Well, yeah, exactly. It is so self-aware of mass production that you don't even get the unique bond. You get one of 30.
Yep.
So it has something to say, but the question is this art? Also, you can see that's a picture of him with shaving cream all over his face and devil horns.
Yeah. This guy's
So-
is a very much a who was that? Andy Kaufman? I'm reminded of.
Yep. Well, what's my final verdict on Duchamp? When I started this series, the plan was to open the first episode with a grandiose statement about how the word art doesn't really have a definition, that Reynolds wrote his discourses on art, pinning down the concept at least for a little while. And then I was going to say that the Dadaists were a bunch of commies who came along and vandalized the art world, and now we can't have nice things, because that's the usual story. And Duchamp is the villain of the story, because, what kind of asshole submits a toilet to an art show? That guy must be the equivalent of Johnny Somali, right? Going to Korea to harass the locals and see how far before he gets his ass kicked. That must be what this guy is.
Homie never heard of roof Koreans.
I will read the guilty charge first. Because if there's one thing that I think Duchamp needed to do penance for, it's the creation of this ridiculous notion of conceptual art. Early on in his career, he said that his pranks were conceptual art instead of retinal art. And as much as I appreciate the trolling, every time you see a failed actress getting sprayed with silly string and beaver musk and calling herself a concept artist, that's on Duchamp.
Okay.
So he's guilty of that. He probably thought he was just coming up with some practical jokes for rich people, and he didn't foresee art as something that every misfit suburban girls with daddy issues got into. But this plague of conceptual art, that's all on him. So we'll say he's guilty for that.
He opened the door.
That said, when he was doing his grandiose pranks, I don't think that even he would have called that art. He was in Paris during the whole art versus anti-art civil war. Picabia was on the anti-art side, and Duchamp was in Picabia's orbit. But he was always kind of doing his own thing. He never really formally joined Paris Dada, to the point where the Dadaists actually called him a sellout. All of the narratives about Dada and Marcel Duchamp being the icon of Dada, they're false. They're bullshit. Being a guy who enjoyed wordplay, though, Duchamp had his way of navigating it. He kind of aligned himself with neither side and called himself an anartist. A play on the word anarchist. He said, I'm not an artist or an anti-artist, I'm an anartist. So that at least answers the question of whether this roulette speculation company really was art. Because I think that even he himself would have said no. What about the urinal, though? The guy named a urinal fountain and submitted it to an art show. Surely he was making some sort of a statement, right? Well, as I said before, it frames his stunt very differently if you realize he wasn't being some boomer professor deconstructing art for the sake of feeling intelligent. So, what exactly was he trying to accomplish with the urinal stunt? Was he being an asshole? Yes. First of all, let's not overthink this. He's making a joke about piss. He's making a pee joke. Just like the chocolate grinder is a joke about masturbation, he's being vulgar for the sake of irreverence. The art history crowd, they're a bunch of very serious people talking about how this is some sort of a revolutionary statement, but the guy's just amusing himself with a pee joke. Like, let's not read too much into this. We all watched South Park as kids. Let's not pretend we're offended by this.
Yeah.
Secondly, he knew exactly who to make fun of in the art world. Just like Gustave Courbet was able to find customers by voicing his utter contempt for the middle class and then waiting for the self-loathing ones to come in, Duchamp was doing exactly the same thing, just using a slightly different tactic. When he would mount a wheel on a stool or present a snow shovel and call it a ready-made, he would give speeches and write notes on how it freed him from the tyranny of taste. Really, he was just looking at the middle-class art appreciators and saying, you fuckers really will believe anything as long as it's accompanied by a speech and a signature, won't you? And when he moved back to Paris, he proved just how right he was. So the urinal could be thought of as Duchamp being like David Letterman, whose humor came from the utter contempt that he showed for his celebrity guests and for the world of television
Like Matan.
and for the network executives. If you're below a certain age, you might not remember this, but Letterman had Norm Macdonald on the night that Norm got fired from Saturday Night Live for opening Weekend Update with a joke about OJ being acquitted. He was explicitly told not to because OJ was friends with the president of NBC, and Norm just came out and started. Well, it's official. Murder is legal in the state of California. And Letterman had Norm on that night. Letterman, he made millions and he became world famous as a TV personality. But if you were a fan of his, you kind of always felt like you were in on an inside joke. Like, I'm sure there were people in Greenwich Village who were quite amused by Duchamp making fun of the 1910 equivalent of the art hoe.
Okay.
Thirdly, what's Duchamp doing? Yes, he's amusing himself by joking about piss. But he's also amusing himself in a cerebral way. If you dig through old newspapers and periodicals, there are certainly essays in the 1910s and 1920s about how humans are going to have a crisis of meaning in this new, cold world of factories and mechanization and mass production. So Duchamp is not exactly a visionary in that regard. But you can also see that he's not like a streaker running naked onto a soccer field. He's not Johnny Knoxville looking for cheap laughs. Like, he clearly enjoys making rich people spend their money in a way that makes them realize how vapid they are. This is speculative, but I think he was doing a fourth thing as well. Think back to 80s movies like RoboCop, Blade Runner, Demolition Man, that whole genre. The villain was always the corporation who was bringing in this dystopian, dehumanizing society. In the 80s, it made for a fun movie, but now that we literally carry devices that spy on us, and Google probably has a database of every transaction you've made since the Bush administration, it's not so lighthearted and escapist to watch those old movies anymore.
Yep.
What if Duchamp was not making a comment on the stuffiness of the art world in 1917? What if he was looking forward and predicting the art world becoming like every other industry that was based on mass production and the corporation? I think he probably thought that the art world would remain small. I don't think he predicted that universities were going to become a rite of passage that everyone was expected to go through. So everybody was expected to find modern art profound. But I do think that a soulless, mass-produced toilet is not completely out of line with our modern world, where leaders buy us off with cheap flat-screen TVs from China.
Yep.
So I'm not going to say he was an extreme visionary, but I'm willing to say there's a possibility he had a bit of foresight. So that brings us to the important thing about Duchamp. I would bet that most of the art history professors who talk about him, they don't understand him. I'm sure they've read every book that says the urinal stunt was a watershed movement. I'm sure they give lectures about how it really made us think about what art is, to quote Starship Troopers, the exact words of the text. But I don't think any of them really understand why they have to talk about this guy, other than the fact that it's in the curriculum. You know, their paycheck depends on it. The thing about Duchamp is he's making fun of them.
Okay.
He's making fun of the hyper commoditized art world that he saw coming. And what could be more hyper commoditized than a standard university curriculum meant to spoon feed art appreciation to future generations?
Especially to the dumb kids.
Yeah. And of all the stories you could come up with to be the anchor of the propaganda, Duchamp's story is just the perfect one because his philosophizing and his sophistry about, well, what truly is art just feels right when it comes out of the mouth of a professor who is bourgeois and self-loathing and completely lacking in any self-awareness. Like, I'm sure they know that Duchamp is a satirist, but they think he's making fun of the old imperial, patriarchal, restrictive old order. It goes completely over their head that he's making fun of what was coming and what they're a part of.
Okay.
Professors, they love to stroke their egos by projecting their politics onto the people they study and by looking through some sort of quote-unquote critical lens. But you can't even do that with Duchamp because he's aggressively anti-political. He's practically the only person in the art world of this period who doesn't have 50 statements denouncing the bourgeoisie. In fact, the only political statement he ever really makes is that he's against World War I. But he doesn't make any statements or manifestos involving words like bourgeois or Marxist or socialist or anarchist, communist, capitalist, progressive, whatever.
Also like Letterman.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I think Letterman's gotten political since he's retired, but
I think the big cough made everyone crazy.
But politically, when it comes to Duchamp, there's just nothing there either. You can't project your politics onto him. Maybe you can say he's nihilistic, but you certainly can't project your bias onto him. And so the gears of the mass-produced culture machine, they're going to keep turning, and you have a stable state of affairs because these idiots at the front of the classroom are the exact people who are meant to robotically talk about the importance of a urinal.
Yep.
And they're much too proud to say they don't actually understand it.
Yep.
And you know what? We're not supposed to understand it. That's the thing about satire, is that it's not timeless. I love watching an old episode of King of the Hill and getting 90s nostalgia because the satire was just that good, especially if you lived in that time and place. But the trade-off with good satire is just the kids these days just don't get it, and they're not supposed to get it. By the time you explain the good vibes of the 90s to a Zoomer with a broken housing market and a broken job market, broken dating market, and no hope for the future,
Yep.
the joke of the 90s has long since died.
Wait, you guys had hope for the future?
Yeah, then one day in September 2001, that hope disappeared. But just imagine teaching a class in film school and acting like Mike Judge is the center of the narrative, talking about how one day he shocked the world by making a cartoon about two complete fuck-up teenagers, and then saying it's made us question what is a true film.
What is an idiot? What?
Well, and not only that, saying that it's only true film if it's an homage to Mike Judge. It's only a true film if it's like in the vein of Office Space or Idiocracy. Like, that's kind of what we do when we talk about Duchamp. It's either the fault of the art world or it's the fault of academia, but it's not really his fault. So, other than his coining of the term concept art, which he is completely guilty of, I have to drop all charges against him. Because blaming him for the complete abortion that is the contemporary art world would be like looking at all the shit that comes out of Hollywood and saying, well, of course it's bad. Just look how shitty the animation was on The Simpsons and South Park in the 90s. Like, you're barking up the wrong tree. You're missing the point. In fact, I'm going to end on this note here. Speaking of Mike Judge, he did one thing that was truly in the spirit of Duchamp. The main gag on Beavis and Butthead was that these two idiots are sitting on the couch laughing at the screen while you and your friend are sitting on the couch laughing back at it. And you felt clever if you picked up on the joke because most people wouldn't see it. I am going to pull up Canterbury Cathedral one last time. We've established that Duchamp was already cross-dressing and graffitiing sacred cultural icons. That is not original at all, not in the least. But I want you to look very, very closely at this. These are just decals. So thank God that they'll be removed in a couple of months.
Oh, thank God, yep.
But look at the word love in the two tags, on the one in the bottom left and the one on the right. It's exactly the same lettering.
Yeah.
Look at the double S at the end of illness in Is Illness Sin? Those are exactly the same as well. These are computer fonts. This guy put no handicraft into this. This is like word art that we were doing in Microsoft Word 25 years ago. He typed a few vapid platitudes into his computer, picked a couple of fonts, went to Staples and printed off a few decals and called it a day.
Yep, this is, yeah.
I'm sure that guy took a class where he learned about Marcel Duchamp sticking a urinal into an art gallery, and the lesson he took away is that an artist needs to be shocking and irreverent. I don't think he realized that he was sitting on the couch watching Beavis and Butthead laughing back at him.
Nope.
Watching Beavis and Butthead laughing back at future generations of so-called artists who would not be able to figure out how to be creative in a world where everything is made by a machine. And that's the end of this episode. We're not even finished with Paris. That's just Paris Part 1. The Victory Lap is going to continue next time when we will finally be done this goddamn decade once and for all.
Do you remember the guy's name who did this?
I don't know. He's so forgettable that I don't know.
Well, fuck you, buddy. Just fuck you, you fucking midwit idiot.
I think that's the perfect note to end on.
Alright, you know the drill. Like and subscribe on YouTube or wherever you get your podcasts. Support us at kofi.com/Radio Free History or at subscribestar.com/radio-free-history.